Hello. Hi, how we doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you, GT, by the way. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Here's Crockrock. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello, guys. Real quick, I still have to set up a few things, but then we are indeed ready. Give me a second, and then we can start. There. I have water. Well, it's not water. Anyways, it'll do, I suppose. Alrighty. And aside from that, yeah, we are. It's a nice Saturday. It's a nice Saturday. It's warm. It's sunny. Kind of diabolical. We have nice, neat little 22 degrees, which is nice, right? Max is supposed to be 28 today. Correction, 23. And then tomorrow, I'm speaking German. My brain is fried. Another 28, and then fucking 29 on Monday. We're dying out here. Anyways, we are dying, but it won't matter much. We'll start with a Crockrock video. Makes sense, right? And then I'll work my way through the things I want to watch. It's hot AF. Yeah, it is pretty warm. It's supposed to get even warmer than it is already, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm not excited for that. I am really not all that excited. It's warm as shit. We'll have to see, but it's actually warm as shit. I have a great one today. Yeah, we'll see. I'm curious what that's gonna be about. It is warm as shit, I know. It sucks. Fuck, no, you will not die. No, you will not. You won't die. Why would you die, my friend? There's no reason why you would die. You can live. I know you can. You are a strong Crockrock. A strong and independent Crockrock. That's what you are. Slay King. Anyways. Strong and independent. Yeah, well, I think we'll just stop the yap and just get straight into. I might need to. I didn't drink that much today. So I had soup today, and that was it. I had a pancake soup again. No, it's not as bad as you might think. It is pancake soup, but it's not like sweet or anything. Anyways. I don't want to hear anything. Yes, I have pancake soup. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Leftover pancake soup. Anyways. But I will spank it. Do you understand me? I will spank your butt. Anyways, we'll go in. I am indeed curious about this video. If it's supposedly a good one, I obviously want to have a look at it. Right? So, enough with the yap, and we're gonna go in right away, aren't we? So, yeah, that's fine, perfect. And we might as well switch over to that screen. Perfect. Alrighty, we'll see what that's about. Okay, fine. We'll start with this. Share the best indie horror game the best indie horror game monsters. Damn. Featuring Hammerman. Anyways, by John Wolfe. We're gonna look at this. I have no idea what to expect here. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yes, we shall go in. I don't know what to expect here, so we will see. We will indeed see. I got no idea. I'll be real, I got no idea. I don't know what this is about. We'll see.
Hey guys, it's John, and welcome to my playthrough of Share. This is an indie horror game on Steam. I actually bought it at the same time that I got Insane Decay of Mind, and I was gonna kind of play them back to back, but then allergies struck and I sort of forgot about it, so we're playing it now. Before we begin, I'd like to read the Steam store description because it's
interesting. Okay. Well, allergies. I'm glad that I don't have any allergies, like no pollen or anything, right? Because that would suck cheeks, right? I'm glad, because that could be so annoying. Luckily, no allergies for anything, so that's good. But yeah, interesting. Okay, let's listen to what the Steam page says.
Just truly frightening, and I think it'll give you a good idea of what to expect. In the backyard of the civilization, left by destiny without any hope, you'll find this house on the hill. It will become your shelter and
Interesting. Very positive reviews overall. Released in 2016. Reviews are 67. 67. Hey, there guys, it's Pocket. That's certainly not me. That's certainly not me.
give you everything you need. But then, the owners of the hill will come, and you will pay for this shelter. So from what I can ascertain, this is about the horrors of paying rent to your landlords, which
No fucking way. That's crazy. Sorry, it was interrupted by morons. Poke, I have a suggestion. It's related to oh, well, here we go again. Second round, I guess. That's good. That's nice. Anyways, paying rent to your landlord. That's that's the horror about it. That is a banger. Okay, 10. I don't need to see anything. We can end the video here. 10 out of 10. This is a banger.
does sound very terrifying indeed, so we're gonna go ahead and start. Press H during the game to help. I think they mean to get help, so we'll just kinda ignore that for now.
Help. Interesting. Get help. I'm gonna. Can I also press H to get help? Well, H, help. Well, that makes sense.
I've heard this game is super great from a lot of people. It's been very highly requested. You can't see the loading bar right now because because Criticouch is covering it up, but it was loading very slowly. Oh no. Do they have the rights to this music?
Stop! No mute! No! No! Don't you dare copyright me. Don't you dare copyright me. I will eat you. I will eat you.
Your hands at 10 and 2 o'clock, I see. Very good. I need to get out of here. This is a content ID trap. Am I driving right now?
Yeah, you need to get out of here. That's not good. Yada yada yada. That's not good. That's not good. We're getting copyrighted with this one. The copyright ID strikes again. We're gonna be hit. We're gonna be fucking hit.
Okay. Need to get immersed in this scene right now.
We shall get hit. We shall get hit. Stop. Stop. Bro, can talk loudly to avoid
Share,
copyright.
everybody.
I'm trying. Hey, don't do
Driving
this to
through
me.
the forest simulator. Wait.
Stop. Did
I
he just run?
ran over a cat.
He ran over a cat. It's
a black
over.
cat too. It's gonna give me bad luck. Oh. I was about to say the cat wrecked my car, but all right. I'm gonna leave now. All right, that was good. What's this over here?
Bro, isn't that just fucking? Is that just from World War 1 or 2? Fucking artillery cannons. That's crazy, bro. Just randomly out there, huh?
What is it? Pressing the hand icon on it appears to do nothing. Is this a...
Yeah. Yeah, press it. Press it right when you stand in front of it. Wow. Not the smartest move. Press it right when you're in front of it. Indeed. What a great fucking idea. What a great idea, chat. This is the most massive idea I've ever seen. That's what Poke used against... I did not do anything to the Polish. At least not yet.
Oh, whatever. Is it a cannon or something? Can I use it? Alright. Where'd that cat go? I like how the character just doesn't say anything. What is this? Is this their Jeep? What? Oh no, this is my Jeep. Sorry. I thought I came from, like, over here for some reason. Alright, let's just get to it. Here's the house on the hill. Hello, Fleur de Lins.
Okay, I have to say this. Who the fuck leaves their house wide open? Who on earth leaves their house wide open for anybody to go inside? This must be America. Well, though, for America, you don't need doors. You can just go walk through walls. Anyways, he also used it against the French. I've not done that yet.
Hi. Phase through the wall there to get to this.
Well, at least you can take a bath, so that's good. Even cold and what? I've never seen it like this. No, nah, this can't. This is nah. This is not right. This is not right. This is just not right. This doesn't belong here. This is just not right. Why is it? Shouldn't it be? This just doesn't feel right. I'm sorry, but this doesn't feel right. I'm gonna say it. This doesn't feel. Maybe I'm just used to way bigger tubs, but this is not right. This doesn't belong here.
Yeah, let's draw a bath. Wow.
Mind you, with cold water. Because he pressed the cold one. Mind you, with cold water bath.
That's some thick-ass water. I know the first thing that I do when I get in a car accident is I draw a bath immediately. Fairly scant bathroom here with no mirror, of course.
That's so random, okay? I'm gonna say this, that's so random, okay? Like, he could fill up the tub with water, but he can interact with the... He can't interact with the sink. He can't interact with the toilet, but with the tub, that's fine, right? That works. He can't interact with that. Well, it could also be in England. They do have a tendency of leaving doors unlocked over there. I mean, makes sense, right? Because people are gonna rob them anyways, right? So you might as well just leave it open. Therefore, you don't have to, spend money on a new lock, if you know what I mean. Hi, London. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
Okay. Wow.
Why do you have a random picture of your own house like this? But what's the purpose of this? That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, just toss that shit down. What is that? Is that like a doggy collar? Oh. No, I want the key, please. No, I want the key. Thank you. Well, what's in the bottom drawer, please? Gotta do it in order. Okay, we're done there. So what's happening?
He goes in and he creates a mess. He goes in and he creates a mess. That's just what he goes in and creates a mess. How rude.
Like, what am I doing? Am I just exploring this house? I am way in the back of civilization, after all. Cool. Yeah, that's where that shit goes. On the floor. Oh my.
Is that a doggo? Or is that a cat? That might be the cat. She wasn't run over. That might be the cat.
God. Hello, doggy.
Never mind, the dog is fine, but why did it sound like just abused right? Like the dog was just abused right about now. Something's not right here.
Oh, poor little guy. I got your doggy collar, though. Alright, let's, we go in here. Why are we snooping around this person's... Wow. Hi, axe. Oh, God.
That was the fucking cat. And he just randomly found an axe. Can you react to meme origins by green guy? It's not the meme sound origins. Okay, I can look at that. I can look at that. Butcher the cat. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Shot caller question mark? Maybe. Maybe. Hi, Short King Unk. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Don't butcher the cat, actually. Fuck it.
Shut up! Shut up! I can see that you're fine. Looks like I didn't run you over after all. Alright, maybe we need this. Or at least maybe we can... Oh, okay. I was gonna go up there, but never mind. This thing's been muling constantly. Ever since I discovered it. I think I'm faster than you. So where'd you go? Wait, where'd he go? Let's go this way. What the? Where are you? God. Meow. Meow.
Buddy, you ran faster than the cat, and now you're questioning where the fucking cat is. Anyways, I have a cat. I have a cat. Don't let the gamer near my cat. Indeed, I have a cat. I have the old lady sleeping next to me. The big boy is also sleeping next to me. Anyways. Okay, you monster. Black cat lives matter. Until they don't.
Meow. 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 There's only 2 sound effects. What's going on? What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Oh, cool, a gazebo. Is this just like a map pack they got? Is that a fucking swan? Or is that a swan boat? Is that a...
That could be a real fucking... That could be a real... That could be, indeed, a real fucking swan. It could be. Seems unreasonable, but it could be. It could indeed be. Huh.
Really hope that that's a swan. Oh my god, it's the...
Well, I didn't see that one coming. He is walking... So it made a splash sound. But he's walking through the water. Well, that didn't go as planned. That's so interesting. Okay, well, it did make a splash sound. It's the black cat in the room with us right now. That was it. Well, it's in the field.
The biggest fucking swan I've ever seen. Guys, this... Wow. Look at how big this fucking swan is! Wait. What happened? What happened?
Well, he drowned. He drowned. He drowned, but that's so random. That's so random. He drowned, but that's so random. That is so random. But at first he could walk through the water. The swan killed him.
Did I drown? I have to restart! This is where I'm supposed to go first, huh? Huh? Oh, I see. I get the ladder. Go to the top of the windmill. Why would I do this? Why? Alright, I'll go get it. This feels very invasive. For a game called Share, I feel like I'm just taking everything. Hey.
Well, you're not... Kind of agree, you know, he isn't really sharing all that much. He is quite indeed taking a lot, though. But yeah, you wouldn't really call this sharing. You're not sharing anything. You're just taking.
That axe, that's mine. That key, that's mine. That ladder, that's mine. Where's the sharing? I can't count how many of these indie horror games begin with a car accident. I've lost count. Maybe you guys can help me list out all the games you can think of that start off with you and a car accident. Because I'm struggling to think. Oh, wow. I just sort of launched it. And it managed to cut the branch.
I mean, fine, I guess. Well, what is this for? Electricity? Whatever. Share as in the communist version of share? May possibly, perhaps. That's crazy. That is okay. Interesting. Okay, let's see where this goes. But hi, Beastkeeper. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Poker, we know you hog Somax. Yes, I do.
Branches. Well, I'm kind of wondering also why we have a flashlight when it's like super, super bright out here. But it looks like it's getting a little darker now. Okay, good. The windmill's going. Does that mean like we have power or something? Oh, it's getting dark. Oh, what's happening? That happened really fast. It's a windmill of doom, you guys. So where's this path lead?
How quickly it got dark. Look how quickly it got dark. Now that's terrifying. How quickly it just got fucking dark. That's not cool. That's not nice. That's not fun.
Anywhere? It sounds like this guy has like the shortest stride ever. He's basically shuffling along. Would explain why he's not that fast. Okay. What's going on out there?
Huh? Did he just fucking die? What? Did he just die? Did he just fucking get obliterated? Bro, he just died. Huh? This game is super polished, chat. Wow, he just died.
What happened? No way. Guys, it's Hammerman. Hammerman?
Huh? Dies. Dies of death. Okay, what is a game that you would want to play and stream specifically for nostalgia? I stream a lot of games for nostalgia. I don't know. There's not really any particular. I really want to stream the Lord of the Rings games for the GameCube. Bro just bro just deactivated, uninstalled. Main character had a heart attack, and what did this guy have?
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, what? What was that? What happened? Was that supposed to be a scare? What? Do I need this for something?
Okay, bro, I guess just don't stream the Golem game. Hey, I'm not touching this, Pokey. Is this a peak game? Absolute cinema. Bro just started crawling like in the thing. What the fuck? What's so random?
It's hard to talk right now because I'm just so frightened. You have to click on a very specific part of it. Amazing.
I don't see guys. I don't think you can just pull out a battery, you know, that easily. Maybe I'm just wrong, but I don't think you can just pull out a battery that easily.
Okay. I guess I can charge this battery now. I've tried to do that like 3 times. I don't know why I tried it again. Charge it, please. Do it. Nope. That's not how you charge the battery, please. Good. Okay. Oh my god. I hate the light.
The fuck? Huh? Yeah, Granny. Why is there? Okay, So let's have a closer look. So this is the face of a granny, and either these are just skulls or baby faces. I have no idea. It could be either or. That's the yeah. Turn it off then.
What is this random like Google image search bullcrap? All right, is it charged? I'm gonna take it out to the car. What was that? Heard something weird. Alright. Well, if the problem with the car is that the battery's dead, I feel like that's an oversimplification. Alright. Bye-bye. We're done here, right? Close the thing. Turn off all the lights. I pressed H, I forgot I could do that. Turn off all the lights? But it just said I hate the light. Wasn't that a hidden message from like a terrible monster or something? Turn off all the lights? What? Fine. There. All the lights are off, except for this one apparently.
Oh, well, now it's time for business, chat. Now there's business. Now there, okay. So, what is gonna happen now? I'm not expecting much. Isn't that dude just the dude from earlier? And why is he naked? And why is he coming from the chimney? See, this is what happens when Santa gets stuck too long in the chimney. That's what you get.
Okay.
And why does he have a pregnancy belly? Horrible.
Well, he's not that fast. All right. Okay. What?
What? What is that? Why does it look like that? Bro tells me not to play the Gollum game. I think we have Gollum right here, bro. Oh, and he drags him away! Okay, that's kind of cool. Okay, I give it that. That's kind of cool. That's a kind of neat death screen for such a cheap game.
Alright, that's enough video games today. That's enough video games forever.
I don't know. That's so interesting. So, bro is so shocked he has to get up again. Wow. Okay. Well, this game is. This is weird, but in a good way, kind of.
I am done. I'm gonna go do something more productive now with my life. This was a mistake. Sorry, everybody. YouTube channel canceled. Can't do it anymore. I apologize. Can't do it. That's his foot. That's his foot. He stopped dragging us. That's his foot. All right. Restart. No. Why are you starting me over? What'd I do? What's with like the pregnant Gollum thing? What? Where he came out of the fireplace? What is he doing up there? Is he just like, is that Santa? Santa's fallen on some hard times, I think. All right, we're gonna put this in here again, and then I guess we go turn off all the lights again. Or am I gonna exploit it?
Why does he start? Does he start from a different place? Now he starts under the bed.
Maybe.
You're dying.
No, he just pushes it out of the way. I don't know.
What the fuck? Okay, that actually startled me for a second because he turned on the light and then just this weird looking head showed up. What the fuck? What is this game? Who made this and why? What's the purpose of this? I'm so confused, bro. That startled me for a second actually. Whew.
What the fuck? Oh no. Light is too dim, I have to turn off light somewhere else. The witch is afraid of bright light. Is that what's supposed to be a witch? That's a witch.
If that's a witch, then I'm Pokemon. I did not make this, and I'm certainly not gonna stream it. What on earth is this? Why would you make this? Why would you make this? And like the way like the witch stands in front of you, right? If you could even call that a witch, is so interesting.
Okay, so I think I figured it out. You have to turn on the light or the monster spawns. The witch, sorry. Unfortunately, I can see some problems with that. Will you freaking open it up already? Because I was flicking some of these on and off earlier, and some of them are just like off. So it's this thing, right? Yeah. Here again? All right. It's like a survive the night type of thing, I guess. Why does that happen? I don't understand. Again? What?
What's the purpose of this new Y, Powerpuff Girls Z? Yeah, I've seen the videos, and also eyeshadow clips. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. What the fuck?
How long does this go on? It's not turning on. This is what I was talking about. Okay, so
yeah, this isn't going too well.
Basically, game's broken, and I'm not going to play it anymore. Yeah, the light doesn't turn on when you flip the switch. So how are you supposed to win? Stupid. Oh well, I'm pretty sure that was like the end of it anyway. Like, I mean, I can't see much happening after you survive the night, so assuming that you can. Alright guys, well that was Share. I'm gonna go on and do more productive things with my life.
Agreed. Agreed. Okay, that was interesting. Too bad it didn't work. Your money is worth it to play this. Nope. I like my money, and I like to use my money with on things that actually like I can use, and we can clearly tell that this game cannot be played, at least not to its to the fullest, because or he made a mistake. Oh wait, interesting. I think there is a specific light that if you press it and you in that room, the light turns on and it will just stay out. Is that what it is? Because that's the only way that makes sense. And that's interesting. Anyways, that's so interesting. Yeah, I'm not interesting. That was interesting, I guess. All right. Let's do. Let me click on anything just so my list reloads. Because we got meme origins. Oh god. Issues occurred. Let's actually do the Powerpuff Girls thingy first. Let's hope this doesn't copyright me. Then we can do the meme origins. Well, we'll do the meme origins first, and then the Powerpuff Girls. So the meme origins first, and then the Powerpuff Girls. Let's even see. This was peak. This is peak cinema, right? The AAA titles of modern day cannot compete. Let's do something funny for once. Then we'll do the Powerpuff Girls, and then we're gonna do some drama. I need my daily drama uploads. That's just how it is. Because my video in the list. Not yet. When I haven't edited yet, but give me some time. Give me some time. I won't upload that many reactions anymore, anyways. At least not to the output that I did. Everything comes in time. Don't worry. Everything happens in time. Anyways. Meme origins. By Green Guy, I guess we are looking at the origins of certain memes. That's at least the only thing I could imagine this video is about. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we'll go in. I have no idea what to expect here. I'll be real. No idea. Hope there's no music in this.
Hey guys, welcome to Meme Origins, a new series where I explore the context and origins of various internet memes. This video will be similar in format to my Meme Sound Origins videos if you're familiar with those. If not, you may also be interested in that series where I explore the origins of popular meme sound effects. But anyways, let's get started. Crying Guy. This guy crying is an extremely popular...
True, right? I actually do not know where this one's from. Where is this one from, actually? Where is this one from? But yeah, this is an old one. This is like old as shit.
Template used in both video and image meme formats. However, these memes usually only feature the first few seconds of the video, which was originally posted to Instagram in November of 2016 by a user called HoodNews24. The full video reveals
2016? Holy fuck, I'm old. I am old. What do you mean 2016? I thought this was older. What? I thought this was way older.
that the man is actually crying tears of joy after smoking a particularly high-quality
funny stick.
The man, whose name is actually Melvin Lawson,
Isn't it depressing? We can't even say certain things without getting demonetized. Yeah, this was How? How on earth? How? What? How? That is so surprising to me. Because I thought this was way older.
did an interview with Know Your Meme in 2021, where he went into details on why he made the video, and how the meme has affected his life. Overall, he seems very positive about his status as a meme icon, happy that he brings laughter to other people's days. He is also still active on TikTok to this day. Explaining Guy. This clip of a guy explaining something.
Oh, yeah, okay, so where's this one from? Interesting, I didn't know that it was that old, that it is, like, from 2016. I thought this was older. Wow. Interesting. Okay, the explaining guy. Okay.
And drawing on a whiteboard is best known from its use in the fans explaining format from 2021. The man is actually a Spanish internet celebrity named Ibai Llanos, who is known for being an esports caster and currently as a Twitch streamer. The video of him explaining is officially titled in Spanish, but roughly translates to
Not bad. It's like funny, right? How a lot of memes also got people to fame, and then you have the same people, right, that got famous through these memes. Just have an insane fall of. There's a couple of people that got homeless and shit. Crazy.
The best coach on the planet returns to help you with exams in 2020. It was posted to Ibai's YouTube channel on June 23rd, 2020, and features Ibai motivating the viewer to do well on their exams during the global pandemic that started that year. The diagram he is drawing features a stick figure meant to represent the viewer, as well as desk layouts from 2019 compared to 2020. Willem Dafoe looking up. This clip's source is something that has always interested me.
Yeah, that's from a movie, I'm assuming. Makes sense, right? Interesting. So that's from the other one is from a Spanish streamer. That's interesting. Okay, content creator, whatever. 11 million views, by the way. That's kind of insane.
But I never got around to looking into it until researching for this video. It's actually from a 2018 film called At Eternity's Gate, which is about the famous artist Vincent van Gogh, played by Will.
What the fuck? That face is just crazy. He has also some good faces, honestly. That's crazy. Okay. I've never heard of this movie. I wouldn't know.
Willem Dafoe. The meme comes from a scene where Van Gogh has a mental breakdown after his friend Paul Gauguin, played by Oscar Isaac, tells him he is leaving town. Guy speaking fast. This one was kind of hard to find, but it comes from a YouTube channel named Charles Aurum TV. The original video was posted on March 19th, 2019, and is titled, "If You Do Juju Money and You Know Buy Like Dangote." To be honest, even after finding this,
What did bro try to say? Hold up.
and you know buy like Dangote.
If you do juju money and you know buy like Dango. What? What is he trying to say here? What? What is he trying to say here? What is he trying to do? Bro speaks a language that I do not understand. Is this English, chat? This is English. I guess if you got money and you don't buy shit, I don't know. I don't know. Defoe had some of the best roles. Yeah, they'll always be remembered as the Green Goblin. He's calling you gay, Dux. Hey! Rude! I am not gay. I have relationships with women. And sex with men. Do you guys know that meme? Yeah, that's gonna be clipped out of context.
To be honest, even after finding this, I have no more understanding of what this means or what he is even saying in the video. If anyone has a clue, please let me know in the comments. He is also featured in another meme, which is essentially the same thing. As far as I can tell, it is sourced from another video on his channel called Apostle Suleiman and Witches Group. I don't think a higher quality version of this exists, because you can tell that the meme is just cropped from this video thanks to part of this zero still being in frame. Kid turns blue. This meme is probably one of the last things.
Okay, that one I remember. Okay, that one I remember. That I remember. That one I remember. That one I get. Okay, yeah. That must be old. That must be old now. This can't be recent. Poker says what now? It's out of context. Out of context. I like women. I like women. I enjoy them very much. I enjoy a particular woman. Anyways. Hi Lumpy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well.
Things you'd expect to have lore rivaling the complexity of Five Nights at Freddy's, but here we are. I'll do my best to keep this simple, but if you want a more in-depth explanation, there is certainly more information on this meme, including this video from a YouTuber named Jaden Salads. Anyway, very little is actually known about the kid in the video or the context. The full video is of course much longer than the meme, with the longest version I could find on YouTube.
Kid turns blue and effing dies. Well, the Smurf did not survive that long, that much is clear.
Being about a minute and a half in length. Some people say that the blue glow was caused by a blue screen of death, but as the Jaden Salads video points out, this can't be the case because the blue goes away.
It's also a little too blue. That's also a little too blue, or is it maybe that's a strong blue. Also, for example, right, it could also be something else because, for example, when I get that, right, it is not blue, it is black. So there's that.
And the kid continues to use the computer, which wouldn't be possible if a blue screen of death happened. The kid actually appears to be screaming because he can't move his mouse around, but beyond that, it is unclear why he's reacting so emotionally in the video. As far as the kid goes, it is really unknown who he is. Jaden Salads mentioned that the kid apparently did a live stream talking about the meme, but there is no video evidence of this occurring.
And you obviously show Ninja, because of blue hair, isn't it?
Meaning it has lost media as far as I know. While that is all we know about the contents of the actual video, the reason it got popular is apparently because the clip was used to cyberbully someone named Chris, who was part of a Halloween prop community back in 2013. Apparently there was drama in this Halloween prop group, and someone posted multiple videos mocking Chris to a YouTube channel, which is why the original upload is called Chris Turns Blue. It is unknown how this person actually discovered the video of the kid turning blue, which makes this one of the more mysterious memes on the internet. Drake laptop. This one is pretty simple to explain. The clip comes from the music video.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's from a music video. I was already like, yeah, that one I know of, right? That one I know where that comes from. I don't know which song because I don't listen to Drake. I don't listen to any types of these people, right? Whether it's Drake, Kanye, whatever. Rock and metal, my beloved.
Video for Future's song Life is Good, which was uploaded in January of 2020. The song features Drake, who at one point in the video is shown as a worker in a tech store that resembles an Apple store, helping rapper Lil Yachty do something on his laptop, at which point Lil Yachty responds with a humorously exaggerated reaction. Ronaldo drinks. This meme is often used alongside captions that contradict the positive nature of the video. The video is a video of the famous soccer football player Cristiano Ronaldo drinking a glass of chocolate wine, which
That was messy. That will have the Ronaldo fans pretty angry.
was originally posted to his Instagram story in May of 2017. Ronaldo Award. Speaking of Ronaldo, this clip of him winning an award is also popular in memes, usually in an ironic format as well. The clip comes from the 2016 FIFA Awards, where Ronaldo received the award for Best FIFA Men's Player, which caused the iconic reaction. Guy
Well, that makes sense, yeah. Guy eating chips. Oh, is that the white bald dude? Isn't that the one?
eating chips. This meme features the former
It is the white bald dude.
WWE wrestler Ryback eating chips. The original video was posted on Ryback's YouTube channel and is a 10-minute ASMR video of him eating Ruffles all-dressed potato
That is interesting. Content gold. Content gold.
chips, which I discovered are only a thing in Canada while researching this video. In the span of the video, Ryback consumes the entire bag of chips while staring into the camera. This video was uploaded in March of 2020, so I assume that Ryback did this due to the global pandemic. Otherwise, the reasons for this video being made are very
Bro was bored. Bro, that means bro just was bored. That's all it is. Bro just was bored. He was bored, so he filmed himself eating potato chips. Wonderful. He was just bored.
mysterious. Disappointed black guy. This meme actually has quite a unique origin. It comes from 2011, when a Tumblr user called Tidiferous posted a version of the meme template commonly used today about receiving a message with a racial slur in it. This meme actually features himself.
Do people even care about that anymore? Isn't that just like common, getting called the N-word on Twitter and shit? Isn't that just super common? Not just on Twitter in general, right? Just being called the N-word. You just scroll through TikTok and then a comment is just the N-word, the sticker with the N-word. Nothing special to be found here.
And is based on an actual experience that he had. This is the first time I've ever heard of someone purposely making themselves into a meme and succeeding. He also did an interview with BuzzFeed in a video that is misleadingly titled, "I accidentally became a meme," even though he purposely became a meme. In the interview, he has mixed feelings about his status as a meme icon, but seems to feel that overall, it was more of a positive influence on his life than negative. Tense 1980.
Why does he have a chain around his neck? And I mean like a dog chain. What kind of symbolism is this? What do you mean by that? Still in chains. Anyways.
3. This meme of the guy smashing his keyboard comes from a Spanish Twitch streamer known as Tense1983. Tense is known for playing the popular competitive FPS game Counter-Strike Global Offensive, where he often rages and slams his keyboard or other parts of his gaming setup. In the meme clip, Tense is angry at one of his teammates, who he calls Green because of CSGO assigning colors to each person on the team, for messing up something in the previous round. After asking Green what his problem is in broken English, Tense shoots him as soon as the round starts and is immediately banned. This causes him to smash his keyboard in the famous clip. Squidward competition. As you might be able to
Oh, that one's from SpongeBob, obviously. That makes sense. That's not surprising. But interesting. Interesting. Well, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Though the thing is, right? I'm gonna be real. Most of those like rage moments, quote unquote, are kind of fake. I'm gonna say it the way it is. A lot of those are. That's just the reality. So I don't know how real that one was.
To guess, this meme, commonly used in the when I'm in a competition format, features Squidward tentacles from SpongeBob SquarePants. The original clip comes from Season 3, Episode 8B, Squilliam Returns, in which Squidward's arch-rival from high school, Squilliam Fancyson, who was also featured in the popular episode Band Geeks, comes into town. Squidward lies to Squilliam about owning a fancy restaurant, and when Squilliam says that he will come to Squidward's restaurant that night, Squidward reacts with the iconic meme. In animated versions of the meme, the clip also has some basic glass breaking and cube transitions applied to it. Surprised reaction. This is a commonly used meme template to express shock or surprise.
Okay, that one I've not seen. That one, I've seen it, but like that one, I don't know where that's from.
Something. The clip comes from Season 1, Episode 11 of The Wire, when Idris Elba's character Stringer informs the character Weebay that a woman he shot was not dead and also was an undercover police officer. The reaction then follows. Fun fact, I didn't actually research this one. I was just watching The Wire while writing the script for this video and stumbled across the clip. Hey, if you made it this far, be sure to click the like button.
That was a fun one. That was a fun one. Yeah, memes. That was a fun one. Interesting. Indeed interesting. Yeah. I want to become a meme for a good thing. Not a bad thing. We should start making ducks memes. Anyways, SpongeBob memes are peak. Indeed. Indeed. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them. Some of them are pretty nice. Not bad. I'm back from drawing wet by a client. What did I miss? You drew Girl D? Anyways. Not bad. Great for you. Alright. Let's look at the Powerpuff Girls video, and then we're gonna plow through some drama, because I got some that I want to look at. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Odd enough, I've never seen that one. The only thing I've recently seen... Anyways. Powerpuff Girls Japanese anime review by Connor the Waffle. That's interesting. Honestly, I've never seen this one. I've seen the original Powerpuff Girls, right? Makes sense, right? But I've never seen the anime one. The only thing I've recently seen is that a lot of tourists were how do you say this? Pretty mad when somebody pointed out that that's some stuff, which was very interesting. Anyways. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, Poker, the money tempted me. Understandable. Have a good day. Understandable. Anyways, we'll go in. Let's see it.
Oh boy, the Powerpuff Girls, a Cartoon Network classic that, as a youngster, I was always embarrassed to admit that I watched. But now that I'm older, hell yeah! The Powerpuff Girls were awesome! Before that 2016 reboot, of course. The show was about
At least we didn't get the live action. The live action script is out there. You can read it. I wouldn't recommend reading it, but you can indeed read it. And, it is the greatest slop you could imagine. It is indeed ultimate slop. So, yeah, glad we didn't get that one. Life could have been worse.
Adorable, superpowered little girls who were made in a lab. Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup. The show had everything a kid could ask for. Fun characters, funny villains, action, adventure, superpowers, and this joke.
Yeah, he made us in his laboratory by accident. Don't worry, Professor. I was an accident, too.
Oldie but goodie, indeed. That's an oldie but goodie. That is an old one but good one. But yeah, happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. Sometimes you just are an accident. Whoopsie.
I mean, really now, what do you say to that? She's only a child. She doesn't know what that really means. She's not ready for the truth. The cartoon was a comic book brought to life, but with lots of anime influence as well, with the Dragon Ball Z style high-speed, snappy flying and fighting. The characters moving so fast that the background becomes a blur, the overly dramatic static facial reactions, and so much more. It also helps with the fact that the main characters are 3 adorable girls. Japan loves that stuff. And so do I. So why was there never a Powerpuff Girls anime?
Pause? Yeah, there they are. There they are. Okay, here we go.
Is what I would have said before I knew of the existence of Powerpuff Girls Z.
You mess with those kids, you mess with us, the Powerpuff Girls!
Yeah, this is real. I'm so hyped. So yeah, Cartoon Network of Japan actually created a Powerpuff Girls anime. Powerpuff Girls Z, or PPGZ for short in other countries, is a, may I remind you, real thing that happened. Japan adapted the concept of the butt-kicking Powerpuff Girls in America and turned it into a Super Sailor.
Yep, just turned them into magical girls. I mean, that fits, right? It makes sense to do that, right? That is indeed the logical conclusion, right? Turning them into magical girls. It is. I mean, they are almost essentially. They're really close to that, anyways, already. So like, it doesn't make much difference, right? It won't matter much.
Moon-esque anime. And you know what? I'm okay with this. On the other hand, I am not okay with that! Dude, am I going to jail? I just saw something I really shouldn't have seen.
Yes. Yes, you will. Hey, still better than the chick who said that she felt like a PDF when watching Planet. Yep. I don't know much about Planet. What I do know is that this has nothing to do with children. Doesn't matter though. Tourists are hell, chat. Tourists are. We need to extinguish all tourists. I don't mean tourism, but I do mean tourists.
And this wasn't just a one-off special with a few episodes. No, Powerpuff Girls Z ran from July 1st, 2006 all the way to June 30th, 2007. Almost an entire year, producing 52 episodes.
Hey, that's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Honestly, that would probably still do well, honestly. But that's pretty good. I remember having a crush on Blossom when I was a kid. Yeah, I remember that as well. Yeah. I get it though.
52! And the icing on the cake is that every episode has been dubbed in English.
You made the biggest mistake of your life, Mojo!
So, what are we waiting for? Let's begin our Powerpuff Girls anime adventure. So the intro starts up, and it's the most anime thing I have ever seen. That's the only way I can really describe it. We see the Powerpuff Girls fighting in scenes that last less than a second, flashy colors, cute chibis, and the roll call. Now that's the English intro, and while it is pretty good, the Japanese intro is a little more.
Don't! I dare you! This will get copyright. I will touch you if you just play that right now. What the fuck? Stop! No, don't. I already had issues with SAO abridged, right? I already had problems with SAO abridged. And don't. I mean, the anime, she's the only one that stands up because of her hair. Oh, you had crush on the anime version. I had a crush on the real version. Anyways, the actual, like the original version. So there's that. I will crash out.
Or oh,
I'm gonna fucking die. And it's this man's fault that I'm gonna fucking die.
feeling it. Where is that epic chorus in every anime intro? I know it's coming. There it is. Oh my.
Whoever's touching this, right? Whoever made this, right? Is slowly sharpening the axe to chop off my nuts. I know who you are. I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna see it. It's got content ID detected. Blocked everywhere, but blocked everywhere. Just blocked everywhere.
もう死んでいる。何？
So the show takes place in
The city of Townsville.
Actually, in the anime, the city is dubbed New Townsville, while in the original Japanese release, the city was named Tokyo City. There's actually a nice handful of differences the anime made from the cartoon in order to freshen things up and not feel like a bland cut and paste copy, such as the origin story for the Powerpuff Girls themselves. The first episode sets things up nicely, so let's check it out. We're greeted with Professor Utonium and his son, Ken Kitsawa Utonium.
Morning, Dad. I brought
Don't tell me they were created to create a harem for his son. I see the vision. I see the vision. And a robot dog.
some tea.
Thanks, Ken.
He's the professor's lab assistant as well as aspiring scientist. They also have a robotic dog, which instantly gets cute points.
All right, okay, here you go.
So if the professor already has a kid, where do the Powerpuff Girls come in? Considering the reason they exist is because he wanted to create the perfect little daughters. Well, don't worry.
He nutted into the mixer. Or whatever.
We'll get to that. So the mayor and Miss Bellum contact the professor to warn him that an ecological disaster is heading for New Townsville, a glacier that's shooting snow all over the world, and they should use their science to fix it. Luckily, Ken has an answer to this: to blast the glacier with his ray gun, containing...
Well, it's no longer Chemical X, it's something new. Yes, Chemical Z!
Chemical Z confirmed.
Chemical Z. Oh, that makes sense. Will the professor allow such reckless behavior, though? Cut to the high school where we meet three very familiar-looking girls.
Hi there. Thank you. No, I'm fine.
Oh, so they're just so in the anime they're essentially just random chicks, random high school girlies that just got like hit with this. That's the chemical Z-man. That's a good one. Okay, bro, that's a good one. Well, yeah. But the problem is that gave them that can't work because, well, these are already alive. They're already alive. Ew, no.
Maybe after school we could get a soda?
Sorry, guys. I'm busy.
Yup, the Powerpuff.
Yep, that one would have turned into an OF girl if she didn't get hit with the chemical Z. You know it already, right? You know it already.
Girls in this universe are three everyday happy-go-lucky high school students, still keeping their trademarked personalities. This being the case, however, means that the girls have normal names for their everyday life, while Bubbles, Blossom, and Buttercup are their superhero aliases, similar to Bruce Wayne and Batman. In case you're interested, their names are Momoko, Miyako, and Karu. Yeah, no, we're sticking with Bubbles. So we cut back to the professor's lab, where Ken is growing very impatient,
Bubble on these nuts. Gonna use that in the bedroom. Diabolical.
wanting to test out his chemical Z on the glacier, but the professor won't let him because it's untested and dangerous and yada yada yada. Ken doesn't care and recklessly does it anyway. He shoots the glacier, but his ray gun malfunctions, acting up and shooting chemical Z all over New Townsville. The girls see the rays heading for innocent children all across town, and being the valiant girls that they are, instinctively jump in to protect them, taking on the rays full force.
This video is going to get copyrighted back and forth, up and down, diagonally, to the left, to the right. I am not surviving this. I will get killed.
However, the rays also hit
Well, yeah, that makes sense. I guess the tomboy doesn't particularly like that.
a monkey and other creatures, having a negative effect on them, turning them into superpowered villains.
Smelly humans, say hello to
Thus, setting up the superpowered world of New Townsville and setting up Powerpuff Girls Z. I really enjoy the liberties the anime took to stand out from the original series and somewhat give it its own identity. Since this is an anime, every episode needs to tell and continue a story. So here, it actually takes a couple of episodes for the girls to actually meet up, since they weren't friends from the beginning. Which actually makes a lot of sense. Their personalities are so different, it's not much of a surprise they weren't hanging around each other in school.
Look, I know you. You're the girl who's all obsessed with comic books and superheroes. I know you too, Bubbles.
It's especially fun seeing the tomboy Buttercup interact.
Yep, the tomboy's like, ew, brother, ew, what's that, brother? Don't you just love it when superhero characters act like superheroes and are just political tools? Ah, the good times of when you could just enjoy superheroes because they were superheroes. And not, political weapons. Yay, Superman, son.
With the overly girly Bubbles and the boy-obsessed Blossom.
I could never be friends with these two. Just look at them. They'd always be talking about clothes and comics and
I have to wear a skirt! A stupid, ridiculous skirt! Oh, gross! That's totally uncool!
Then they need to adjust to working together, living a normal life as well as being superheroes. The anime does a great job of going into the Powerpuff Girls with more depth and expanding the lore. Every episode has 2 segments. It usually starts off with the girls living their normal teenage life, whether that be going to school,
Blossom, don't you remember? We have that big biology test today. No way!
watching TV, or swooning over boys. These segments are actually really enjoyable, and I'm not sure if it's just because I have a pre-existing love for the Powerpuff Girls. So seeing them do anything outside of fighting is really fun. But to be honest, the writing is really well done and humorous. It walks the line perfectly of attracting both female and male audiences.
Oh yeah! It's leftover bacon and eggs today! Alright! Thanks, guys!
However, life is never easy when you're a Powerpuff Girl, because during any activities when they're just regular schoolgirls, they get a call that the town is in distress. And the second half of the show becomes a
There's too much music from popular shows in there, and now it's Power Rangers. I am getting obliterated. That sounds fun. Wow. Also, is that just the giant... Is that the fucking dirty bubble? Or whatever it's called from SpongeBob? Is that just a ginormous flan? What is this?
crime fighting superhero anime.
What are they doing? 100% attack, 0% damage. What?
And similar to Sailor Moon and Power Rangers, this transition from high school student to superhero life is done by a flashy, over-the-top transformation sequence. Seriously, it's exactly like Power Rangers. They're in school taking a test, and then they get a call from the professor.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much is kind of like Power Rangers, right? Because, like, in the beginning, right, of each episode, right, you also have, like, the Rangers just doing their regular life, right? And then, they just, you know, they get the call, and then they have to do something and stuff, right? It's very similar. It's pretty much the same, almost.
Oh no, the three of us need to mysteriously disappear, and, well, you know what happens next.
You want to kill me. You do. Shadow Clips, you want to take me out. This is an assassination attempt on me.
Everything else from here on out just needs to be seen to be believed. It's a really well done spin-off adaptation of the original Powerpuff Girls. Seeing all the heroes and enemies with their new anime recreation is a real treat. Mojo Jojo, arguably the series' most famous villain, looks epic and possibly even threatening. But still, not really.
No, this cannot be happening!
Powerpuff Girls Z has the same exact soul.
Is bro Eggman? Is bro Eggman? Feels like Eggman to me. Bro, it's just Eggman. Yes, we do. Stop it.
And feel of the original Powerpuff Girls, in the sense that the creators made a show involving 3 adorable superpowered girls, and made it appeal to both boys and girls of all ages. Sure, it's got that cute Japanese flair to it, but it also has really fun butt-kicking action, and believe it or not, really sad emotional moments. I mean, come on, that's gotta be a standard for every anime, no matter how wacky or fun. They at least need to make you tear up once.
I'm afraid it's also the end for you, Poochie. At least now I know what it's like to be a normal dog.
No, stop, I'm not ready. Powerpuff Girls Z is an amazing experience, and I recommend everyone who grew up watching the original Powerpuff Girls series on Cartoon Network, and yeah, even the new 2016 version.
What is this abomination? Why is there a fat fucking panda? What is this? What is this abomination, Poke Croc Rock? What is this?
I guess, to check out Powerpuff Girls Z. It's the ultimate experience of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Wait a second! I know what makes New Townsville special! You do? Sure! It's us, silly! The Powerpuff Girls Z! Good call, Bubbles! Maybe you should be the leader! Really? Thanks, Blossom! Ah, not this again! That's it! See ya!
Anyways, well, I guess there is maybe I'll check it out. Yeah, that 2016 doesn't exist. 2016 doesn't exist in general, but that's just me. Interesting. Well, we have the Powerpuff Girlies here, and maybe I'll watch it. I've not considered it yet. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Right? There's a way. There's always a way. P word. The one that Nintendo doesn't like. Anyways, interesting. Alrighty. Now now I want to get through some drama vids. Some drama vids. Desperately, right? Some drama stuff. So I'm gonna nuke this. I'm gonna nuke this out of here. And then we're gonna look at a clip from Asmongold. Every single time recently. Is this a YouTube specific issue? That's so interesting. Every time that happens. And things don't load properly anymore. But yeah, apparently I want to look at it. I want to look at it. Because that one is apparently fun. Yar. I'm back. Hi. Hi back. But you should react to plantations. That's diabolical, bro. Nah, we're never beating the racist allegation, are we? Just use just use the time machine. You get that simulation. You get more than just a simulation. You'll get more than just a simulation, my friend. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. I'm curious about this one. Anyways. Actions finally have consequences. Asmongold clips. We're gonna look at this. And it's always a treat to react to these clips because I personally never get to see these and find these, so we're gonna have a look-see at this. Don't know what to expect, except that probably from the looks of it, Angie Woman will go in.
Oh no. Modern woman shames a 32-year-old bald man that she was about to go on a date with for being interested in her. This is exactly why men are withdrawing from the dating scene.
I'm about to walk into a date with...
Oh god, this cannot be good, guys. This cannot be good. This cannot be good. This just can't... I'm expecting the worst here. This can't be good. This can be good. Oh god.
with a 32-year-old, a bald 32-year-old. But a part of me can't help but be like, what makes you want?
Why particularly point out the fact that he's bald? Why point that out? Because I can clearly tell you don't even fit into the dress, whatever this is that I see. Because like there's the body fat is the body is, anyways. You see that? I see that. It's not your size, girl.
Anything to do with a little tiny girl like me. Fucking pervert. I'm just kidding. I don't know if he's a pervert yet. Like, jury's still.
And how old is she? I mean, I'm gonna be honest.
How old is she? Tiny girl? The infantilization of women has done insane damage to society. That's just the truth. We're treating women like children, but they want rights like adults. What is this?
It's like, if she said she was 32, I'd be like, you're doing pretty well. If she told me she was 42, I would be like, yep.
Also, sorry about the sun. Like,
She looks old. She does.
Whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna go on the date. We're just gonna have a few drinks, nothing too crazy. I'm interested to see the dynamic because I'm 26. I'm not that young, but also.
You're 26? Wow. Already? Yeah, already.
I'm full of brain rot. Like, that's all I'm really operating on.
Leave my bald kind alone. Okay, listen. So she's essentially saying that he's a creep, but he still wants to go on the date with him? Is this woman stupid? Is she dumb? How does this make sense? Huh?
I was literally getting dressed. I was putting on my jewelry. I was like, oh, he's 32. I should wear my watch. I'm like, that shows that I'm like with it. He's a man at the end of the day. Like, it's fucking fine. Whatever. I'll let you guys know how it goes, but I'm really... Never mind. I'm not gonna say that. I'll talk to you guys later.
Can you imagine if a guy made a video and he's like, dude, I linked up with this chick.
If a guy made the exact same video, they would cry, like they would just be in tears out there. He'd get shit for it everywhere, right? But like I can already imagine the TikTok reply section be like, "Oh yes, queen," and like everyone agreeing with her and it's like feeding her delusion even more. What is this? What are we doing? Yeah, that doesn't look like a 26-year-old.
She's like a 4 out of 10. She's not baiting, 100% serious. Wait, what? So is this the same chick? Let me see.
Ever be able to post.
Oh no. Now you're the victim.
I don't think I will ever be able to post a TikTok, just a silly, goofy little TikTok, poking fun at a first date situation without that video making its way to the For You.
You were disrespecting a man. You were essentially shaming a man, and you call it fun. I wonder if he reversed it and actually like went on with right. If he went on TikTok and did the exact same, you would be crying, you would be complaining, you would feel disrespected, all this type of thing. You would say all men are shit and shit like that, right? The classic. But because it's a woman doing it, it's fine. It's a little bit of fun, poking fun.
Pages of the community of the most lonely, insufferable men you've ever met in your entire life that have never had a girlfriend, never got any attention from girls. And so
it's funny how I've always thought this is like a very weird and like kind of funny catch-22 is that women constantly don't want to be seen as just sex objects, but at the same time, whenever they rate men and they try to
yeah, it's always done like, you don't get girls. I'm like, so, or like call you incel. And it's like, so you don't like when women are being objectified, sexualized, but then you use the fact that that doesn't happen to somebody, that somebody can do that as an insult. And I'm like, you see where the hypocrisy comes from, right? You see where the problem is. But maybe that's just me, but there is a clear there's a clear problem here. Huh?
Insult men. The insults that women always use is about their ability to have sex.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Sex with women. Like, it's about having a small dick, about not having a girlfriend, about being a virgin, about like whatever. And it's always like this. It is. It's always like this. Like, what is this? A 6-year age gap? Yeah, I know.
All the inner hatred they have.
It's like a 6-year age gap. It really isn't all that. It's not all that deep. It's like not all that deep. But I think about like 10% of Western relationships, or was it 8%? I forgot what it was. Somewhere in that ballpark. Relationships with age gaps bigger than 10. So there's that. I don't know. I don't think this is that deep. This isn't that deep. Honestly, this isn't that deep.
For themselves, they just take it all out on me in the comment section. I'm happy to help, I guess, like as a form of therapy.
It's like, okay, listen, it's like you post the video, you regret posting it because people called you out for it, criticized your behavior, criticized that you were disrespectful, you know, criticized that you made fun of a guy, right? And then you make yourself out to be the victim because you cannot face the consequences of your own actions. This man wasn't a creep. This man was just he was just interested, and that's that. And you went on the date with him. You went on a date with him. So, in other words, you went willingly, quote unquote, in this case, willingly, right? With a quote unquote creep on a date, which is very interesting. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's just weird.
Therapy, if that helps. Like, oh my gosh.
26.
You guys must all be bald. Like, I'm sorry I struck a nerve, but...
You did. You did.
Oh yeah, also, I find it funny, right? Shame for his looks. But if you did the exact same to a woman that was overweight, they would absolutely lose it. I find that hilarious. I find that funny as hell. You know, the double standard. You can body shame me, but I can do the same to you, right? Totally fine, right? I can do the same to you.
Strike a nerve. Because you look so old for being 26. You're, I would say, relatively unattractive. And then you going around saying a bunch of negative stuff about a guy that's going to go on a date with you. And then
honestly, it's just body fat percentage. She she would look better. A lot of people actually look better would look better than they do now if they just lost a bit of weight. I'm going to be real. A lot of people underestimate how fat they are. Just a tick.
Calling him bald, implying he's a pedo or something like that. I mean, the video, like, I'm dyslexic. I thought she said she was the one that was 32. I was like...
The thing is, like, right? The thing is, like, you're a grown woman at 26. Yet, like, you're a grown woman at 26. It doesn't make sense to have a crash out like this. But then again, if you remember correctly... they beat up a 20-year-old for going out with an 18-year-old, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, so I guess 2-year age gap's already too much.
Like, okay, well, you know, it is what it is. And also, I thought she was making some comment about him being too young for her at 32. Broad looks 45 with 2 kids and an ex-husband. Age 26, looks 36.
Well, maybe that's what hoeing around does to you. It ages you. I mean, look at Bonnie Blue. She looks like mid-40 after 1,000 loads of dishwashing soap.
Act 16. I'm just a girl. No, shut the fuck up. You're a grown-ass woman and apparently also a
The fucking Miss Piggy is fucking amazing. Miss Piggy is amazing, chat. That is okay. This is a crazy clip. This is such a dumb clip. This is such a stupid clip. This is such a retarded clip. Fuck off, this chick. Just legit fuck off. Well, after that disaster, now we're gonna look at something else. Now let's look at something else. Let's do it. Every single time, that's so interesting. Huh. I wonder what causes this. I indeed wonder what causes this. But yeah, that was rather dumb. That was pretty dumb. I'll be real. Where's my water? There's my water. After this, I'm gonna take a break. Oh, was that a pic of Sumax? Come on, it's not that. Don't treat my girl like this. She didn't do anything. She didn't do anything wrong. It's not her fault. Not her fault. No, not really. Anyways. I won't lie. This was savage by Ref. We're gonna look at this. Apparently, Leaflet cooked somebody, and I want to see what happened here. Right? Because I like the slime girl quite a lot, so we'll have to look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit of support matters. Thank you. Now, we're gonna look at this. I wonder what she did. I wonder what she did. Poker, why does Asmongold sound like you? First, it's you sounding like Asmongold. Now it's me sounding like Asmongold. I bet GT sounds like Asmongold. You know what? Even Deer sounds like Asmongold. Even Hassan sounds like Asmongold. Everyone sounds like Asmongold. But Poker, you like pork? I don't like pork. It's not. Well, it depends. If it's like, it depends on how fatty it is. If it's like too fat, I'm not eating that. I would gag. It's not fun. We'll go in.
Hey, what's Guzrif here. So I know there's a certain bald man out there who asked the question, who is Leaflet? Well, I will say...
Who the fuck is Leaflet? Yeah, you know that one, right? That clip. I like it. I like it. Right, there's like every single time also. What's the sub? Was it the donation? Every single time, right? It happens. That's so interesting.
Leaflet is a pretty based individual. I'm sure a lot of you guys have come across her content at one point or another, but the other day she took a stand.
Yeah. Yep. I've been watching her for a while. I also find it interesting sometimes if you type her name into the search bar, it just doesn't show up at all. Her channel just doesn't show up. What shows up are a bunch of shorts. It may be videos, but right? It's so interesting how YouTube likes to possibly restrict us out here.
Against a company, and I have to say, it's a pretty hilarious interaction, and one that is personally satisfying for reasons that I think will be very obvious in just a second. Her response was to a possible sponsorship opportunity with the company, Makeshift.
Oh, aren't those the ones that, aren't those the guys that dropped Celestium? If I remember correctly? Because I remember that very much. I remember that. Yeah, those guys, right? They dropped her for, things. And then they afterwards lied and said that he didn't. But people brought out the receipts that they did, which is so interesting.
Who makes plushies. Now, Makeshift is a pretty controversial one because they have let go of a few content creators over the years, and well, when they reached out to Leaflet, she gave them a piece of their mind. Now, my history with Makeshift goes back, you might know the ancient lore, but me and my...
Yeah, they were the ancient lore. Yeah, they were dropped. They were dropped. Yeah. Yeah, the Celestium one is more recent, right? The Celestium one is way more recent. Though makes sense, but yeah, the Celestium one is way more recent.
My wife, Darling Straub, did a combined 7 campaigns with them. We sold thousands of plushies with this company. It was an all-around great relationship until it wasn't. When eventually we were both kicked from the company and we were given this delightful message basically saying that my content is on the edgier side, therefore they can't work with me anymore, and because of my wife's association with me, she was also let go. That was obviously a disaster for everyone involved, but we moved on to greener pastures, as I'm sure you guys are aware. But
yeah, they found a way to make their plushies somewhere else, and same with Celeste. If I'm pretty sure that's the case. They tried to reach Rory Slime, but she said no. Yep, the slime said no. I would also say no, honestly. It was like, nah, I wouldn't do that either. You know, the thing is, like, you can no longer trust the company when they do it because you might be next on a chopping block. So they essentially would just waste your time. And there is absolutely a truth that if Livlet took it, right, they would eventually have dropped her anyways, right? Because if you drop Straub just for association, right, there's no way.
Earlier this year, there was another VTuber by the name of Celestium who was also let go by Makeship. She explained this in a video a few months ago, but basically, after fully funding her campaign, which is not an easy thing to do, she was let go. And the reason was for violating community/creator guidelines based on unspecified tweets. And as an open Christian here, I can only imagine what those unspecified tweets might have been. But now we have Leaflet here in May of 2026, and she got an email from Makeship, and we're going to read the email from them, and we're going to look at her response back to them, and I have to say it is unfathomably based. So they say, "Hi Leaflet, I came across your content and love your content and character design. Not sure if you ever heard of us, oh boy, but I work at Makeship. You or your manager might have been in touch with one of our colleagues in the past year or so. Not sure if you're familiar with what we do, but as a refresher, we help creators like yourself bring your ideas to life as high-quality, limited edition plush and custom apparel for your community. There's zero upfront cost or risk on your end. We'll handle
No way she responded with "this you?" question mark. No way she responded with "this you." That is fucking amazing. So based. So fucking based, bro. That's insane. She really responded with "this you."
Everything from product design to campaign to shipping as well. But most importantly, I think your community would absolutely love a plush from you. And it would be an awesome way for you to deepen your connection with your fans. Feel free to check out some of our past collaborations with other VTubers below, including Niji Sanji, Hololive, Zentreya, Iron Mouse, Shy Lily, and Rin Penrose. Now those names,
Ew, Rin Penrose. I remember when she never did stop with the gamer subs, right? Stop working with gamer subs because of the Porsche. I find that hilarious. Yeah, nah, we good.
I have, things I could say, not about all of them, but some. But this whole thing is completely tone deaf. Not only is Leaflet very aware of me and Straub's situation, she was also very actively defending Celestium recently when she was going through her bouts with Makeship as well.
Yeah, I like the combo of Celestium and Leaflet quite a bit. Because they've been doing stuff together. I like that combo quite a bit. It's fun. It's a fun combo. It's a really fun combo. Right?
Well, so it shows that they have absolutely no idea who they're emailing. And this seems to be a very common theme these days with these companies who are reaching out to get sponsorships with people who have criticized.
Yeah, who have criticized them, which is so interesting. Or people who, like, right, in their own guidelines, right? In their own guidelines, Like, they literally have the numbers in, like, in their own guidelines, they literally have the thing in there that they technically could never work with them. Right? Because they dropped Celeste due to their guidelines, so that would 100% apply to Leaflet. Guaranteed. No other choice. It'd be funny if you get a fan-made horror game with you as the killer. That would be funny. That would be funny.
That exact company for mistreating content creators for unfair reasons, obviously. But here is the response from Leaflet. It is a screenshot of me and Straub's plushie campaign, and also a plushie from Celestium, which of course was fully funded, but the campaign itself was...
Bro, that must be so uncomfortable getting that back as a message, I'll be real. Getting that back as an email as a reply, that must feel so uncomfortable, doesn't it? Like, that has to be kind of uncomfortable. Getting hit with that. I'll be honest. Like, that was just like, that would like make me like feel embarrassed if I got that back as a response. Am I the only one who has that, who feels like that? Like, that would just make my face go red and just like, I'm just gonna, I think I'm just gonna disappear from the world. I don't know, that would just make me, I don't know.
Fully refunded to all the people who contributed because they decided to cancel the campaign. Now, of course, people are very happy with this post, thinking it's an incredibly based response. You can see Banana Juju here saying, they go straight to spam in my mail, never bothered to reply back to them. Base Slime, Leaflet W, Based. Do they just send their email to everyone and do not do any research? That seems to be the case. Keep winning, Leaf. You're awesome, but also...
Yeah, Gabriel is, by the way, Celestium's fiance. I don't think I follow him on Twitter. I should do that.
My feed, based. Not sure if you've ever heard of us before. I'm starting to think they enjoy offering deals to content creators just so they can cancel them a few months later for being too problematic. Now, of course, they chose...
I mean, I think they just don't check out anything, and then later down the line, they realize that they don't want to work with certain people. Which is, like, so dumb, because for one, you're wasting your own time, and you're wasting the creator's time. Well, maybe they are doing it on purpose, just to waste your time.
This direction, okay? They wanted to clean up their image and get rid of very problematic people like myself and the others mentioned here. But, well, you reap what you sow. This is your reputation now. You're the company that gets rid of people for being too edgy or having unspecified tweets or things like that. But
still better than advanced GG, right? Still better than advanced GG, because well, you know, they've essentially dropped everyone for somebody who may or may not have faked her cancer. Anyways, Poke Crockrock.
Of course, there are defenders. There's always defenders of corporations like this who will say the most embarrassing cope you'll ever see. Like this saying, oh no, they can't collaborate with a bigoted loser. However will they survive? You know, citation needed, they can never actually make an argument about anything. And then you look at the accounts of people saying stuff like this, and it all just makes sense, right? Right-wing grifter twats like this are loudly ruining the VTuber space. Can we just mass report and /or harass them off each platform? And this conversation down here has to do with the Offkai situation and having a booth promoting adult content in a space that has children as young as 13 walking around.
Yep. With unauthorized, right? They don't need permission from parents or anything else, right? They don't need permission from parents. So, right, apparently it's also in the main hall, right? The Fansly thingy. Again, nobody would have cared if you just made Offkai 18 plus. But you won't do that. I wonder why. It's also like, buddy, you do know you have the fucking things there, right? The VTuber orgies. Stop it.
Unaccompanied if they have certain permissions or forms filled out. Yeah, a bit of a weird thing to defend while talking about bullying people and mass reporting them. And also, like, I don't know who this is. Is this supposed to be you or something? Is this really like the video response you want here? But here's another quote saying, it appears Leaflet and the right-wing chuds are still super salty over Rev and Straub getting the boots from Makeshift's sponsorship. The cope is real. Now you can see they use that magical word, that phrase that, well, does anyone even know what it means? Just person I disagree with? Chud. Now I have to consult the ancient charts here.
Yes, the chud thingy, the chud chart. I am on this one, guys. I am on this one. It is so cool. I am on this one. I am indeed the chud. I am on this. And I like it. I do. This is my home. This is my place.
The original chud/woke Google Doc released by this totally sane individual who categorized thousands of VTubers as various labels including woke, chud, presumed woke.
Yep. Woke, chud, presumed woke, unclear, right? It's like so interesting. Interesting. So Rurigaki's on there. Obviously, Ref is on there, right? It's all. Wait, you're on this list. Yep, I'm on the chud list. I am. It's my list.
Woke, lean chud, lean woke, unclear, among others. And you can see I'm listed here, Rev as chud, with a link to my channel. Now, where the reasoning is supposed to be provided, there's nothing. I guess my content just speaks for itself. But anyways, who are the types of individuals who are mad about this? Well, you can see this 29 he/him is very upset about many content creators what they deem as chuds or whatever. And, well, they were mad at Celestium as well when Celestium said, "I love Slime Woman," referring to Leaflet's post, saying, "I see Celestium and Leaflet are still coping over the fact that Makeshift rightfully gave Straub and Rev the boot. It's been a few months now, let it go," says the person who is endlessly talking about people coping and not letting things go. I mean, we've all moved on, but...
Yeah, this guy's... I've all noticed this guy's always been a bit weird, right? I've come across this account a couple of times on Poke the Base Chud, indeed. I've come across this account already on Twitter. I think he even replied to me once when I ratioed him, so pretty nice.
We have the right to look back at people still talking about it and still emailing content creators and, well, laugh about the situation. Then you look at their other posts from literally today, saying an AI chud and a religious zealot walk into a bar. Nah, too easy. Craig, referring to the creator of Side Scrollers, where Leaflet and Celestium are making an appearance today, saying, Craig, with the random assortment of right-wing chuds you continually have on your show, you make the jokes write themselves by making your guests look even more laughable than they already are.
By the way, this guy just like chills on Twitter the entire time. At this point, I'm like, is this just Bint? Is this just this? It's just another account of Bint. It gives me Bint energy. Maybe it is. Anyways, it's like interesting, right? These people crash out, but like, what do you do? The guests are laughable. These guys make money. You do not. You do not. These guys have reach. You do not. You just post on Twitter the entire day. You got nothing else to do, VTuber.
And here's another one. I guess they also were talking about Powder when she didn't want to work with Makeshift for obvious reasons, saying the fact that someone like Powder is still seething at the fact that Makeshift gave Rev, Straub, and Celestium the boot is still pathetically laughable. This guy's just recycling tweets. This almost looks like AI or something for a guy who's so mad about it. Very unoriginal tweets, but anyways, this whole situation, very funny. You reap what you sow, okay? If you start getting a very negative reputation...
Poke's weird. Yep, I am weird. Well, you get what you deserve, I'll be real. Right, it's that simple, right? They chose to get that reputation, and now you're gonna see them run with it, because like, what else? They have no other choice. People are not gonna do anything else. Yeah, I'd be good as well. I would ignore that. Now, Poke is a base chut apple lover. Indeed, I even have apple juice here. Apfelschorle. Anyways, I do.
Of kicking creators to the side the second they are inconvenient for you or they're problematic, what have you. You know what? People aren't going to work with you if they have principles. If you have any principles, you don't want to work with a company like this, because one day it'll probably be you the second you step out of line or say or do something that upsets the very fragile egos of people working at companies like this. But anyways, that's going to do for this.
Yeah, that's the end of the video. Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thingy, right? They're probably going to do this more often, and it very much seems like they don't look at who they ask to sponsor. And from the way it looks to me, that's gonna be the consequences of this all. Because at this point, it kind of looks the same. It's very interesting. It's so interesting. I saw a post from Wild Hearts that got scammed. He got scammed by Frogan. Yeah, I've seen it as well. And then he does post like an open letter to like Frogan, right? We have a video that I want to watch as well about Frogan. Also a ref video. We'll look at that as well. But yeah, it's very simple. If you want to get plushies, get them somewhere else. There's probably easy alternatives that you can use to get plushies. I'm almost certain that there is alternative ways. So there's that. Alrighty. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Then we'll do the video that Croco sent in, because he's been begging me like a dog for some dog for some dog treats. So we'll do that. I'll be right back, and then we'll do that. Yeah, I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. I am back. Okay. All right. Poker left us. Nope, I'm still here. But Wild Hearts should just go back to drawing gay characters. You'd probably be better on that than anything else. But you should collab with the Destroyer of all, also known as Queso. That would never happen. Just don't ask him what he would do with a large quantity of mayonnaise. That's also horrible. But we all know you have your own Queso in Samax. Not gonna lie, but it is kind of fun to do this while she can't defend herself. And yes, I know this is going to come back to bite me. Yeah, we know what he is doing, or who. Anyways, moving on. Alright. Alright. Here we go. Let's see. Can you stop? Yeah, this is interesting. I think this might be a YouTube related issue, which is so interesting. That's so interesting. That is certainly a YouTube related issue. That's so funny. I don't like that at all for reactions today. Is there a bug that I'm unaware of? Anyways, we're gonna look at this. Why did you just get the feeling you rolled your eyes at me? Kind of. Definitely. Definitely. Perhaps. Yeah. Anyways. The Weirdest Laws in the US, Part 3, by Joe Santagato. We're gonna look at this. Last time we saw some diabolical ones, like you are able to just consume roadkill. It's legal in some place. So yeah, we're gonna look at what this one has. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll go in. What man-made horrors will I see here?
Jesus, alright.
We're already starting with Jesus here. That's cool.
This is part 3 of this series, and I think this is the dumbest one yet. I don't know how any of these things are real. In Ohio, policemen are allowed to bite a dog if they think it will calm the dog down. Why the f—
There's no way this is a real law. We start with this stupid shit right off the bat? What do you mean by... What? How? What do you mean by a dog? That's rather interesting. What? I'll say, I'm pretty sure the dog would bite you back.
Fuck would that calm the dog down? There's so many things you could do to calm a dog down. You'd fucking pet it, you'd say nice things, read it a lullaby before you bite it, you fucking moron. What are they teaching in Ohio? If someone's upset, just give them a nibble and everything will be fine. A baby's—
Ohio doesn't exist, so there's that. At least I've heard that Ohio doesn't exist. Anyways.
He's crying? Just give it a swift kick in the jawbone. It'll stop. In Arizona, you may not have more than 2 dildos in a house. Why not? What's wrong with dildos? Why are we only keeping it 2 per house? It's not in—
That's so oddly specific. Why? What? Why? That's so oddly specific. Why? What is that? That's what Poga does to his dog. Nope, my dog gets treats and fed and just all type of stuff. Why? Why? What's the purpose? What's the point? Birds aren't real. Birds aren't real. What? Why? That's so oddly specific.
Endangered? It's a dildo, not a fucking bald eagle. I mean, I've never used a dildo, but I can understand a woman being tired of the same 2 plain white ones she got when she was like 17. They're like the training bra of dildos, very plain. They're not the cool ones. So she's tired of that, and then maybe one night she's feeling crazy. She's had like 4 glasses of wine. She's watching American Idol, and then she goes on her laptop, she goes on Amazon, and she gets a crazy supercharged one that vibrates. It's ribbed, and it's got like balls and veins and shit. It's like all lifelike. She shouldn't be fined for that. By the way, who the fuck is going door to door taking inventory on the amount of dildos on the block? Like, what the— In South Carolina, it is—
Imagine the police knocking on your door and being like, "Miss, we have heard that you own 2 magic sticks. May we come in to inspect? Anyways, it is perfectly legal to be your wife on the courthouse steps on Sundays. What? That is crazy. That's oddly specific again. Why is that a thing? That is so specific. What? So interesting.
Perfectly legal to beat your wife on the courthouse steps on Sundays. How delightful. Sunday morning, right after church, just head on down to the courthouse steps and take your day out on your wife, because apparently no one gives a shit. That's normal. And why the courthouse steps? Why steps to begin with? Do you know how hard it is to fight on a flight of stairs? It's pretty tough. You might twist your ankle trying to beat the shit out of your wife. So be careful. In Alaska, if you see a sleeping bear, it's illegal to wake it up for a photo op. Now here's a...
But, oh, this is what Pogo was doing to his exes. Nope, that I am German, so this wouldn't fly here. So, yes, I guess taking a pic. I mean, you could just take a pic from a sleeping bear. And not wake up the bear. Anyways.
Law I disagree with. If you're dumb enough to wake up a sleeping bear for a selfie...
And honestly, at that point, you kind of deserve, right? Natural selection, right? At this point, I think like you kind of deserve to get mauled by a bear.
Or a Snapchat, you should be allowed to do that. That shouldn't be illegal. You should be allowed to do that because you deserve every injury that you're about to get. In Washington, a motorist with criminal intentions must stop at the city limits and telephone the chief of police as he is entering the town. What, so a criminal has to call ahead and...
Why? Again, super specific.
Schedule a crime? I hate to break it to you, Washington. That's not how crime works. No crime...
Yeah, there's like... So, yeah, I'm going to rob a bank. I'm just calling to let you know so I don't commit a crime. What? Yeah, scheduled robbery. Wonderful, cool. How?
Criminal's gonna call you up like, yeah, hi, I'm just calling to let you know that I'm on my way over to the bank on Main Street because I'm gonna rob it. I have 2 other gentlemen with me. We all have guns. I plan on shooting a couple people in the face. But yeah, I'm gonna head over there in about 15 to 20. All right, depending on traffic. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Have a good day. That's not what happens. They're criminals. They don't follow the law. So why the fuck would they follow this dumbass one? In New Jersey, it is illegal to wear a bulletproof vest while committing a murder. Why is...
That is so odd. That is so specific. That has to have happened. That is so specific. It has to have happened at one point in time. It just had to, right? Because of how specific it truly is. Why would you? Huh? None of these make sense. Like none of these make sense at all, right? I guess like, I guess. Nah. I don't know. I guess the waking up a bear for a selfie is interesting because that must have happened because of how specific it is.
Who gives a shit what he's wearing? He just murdered a person. Do you think some guy who has intentions to murder someone is gonna give a shit about that? He's like, oh well, I'll kill him, but I'm not gonna wear a vest. That's illegal. I'm not like a monster. In West Virginia, it is legal for a male to have sex with an animal as long as it does not exceed...
That's diabolical, bro. Okay, bro. What? What is 40 pounds? What is 40 pounds? What is 40 pounds, okay? Okay. 18 kilograms. In other words, it is legal. in West Virginia. Also, okay, for 18 kilograms. Also, it's specified male. That means women can just do whatever they want, right? Because it's specified male. What? Yeah. West Virginia's fucked up. Bro. Why?
40 pounds. Can someone explain to me where they got 40 pounds from? Who the fuck negotiated that?
Is it like that's where like the animal's guaranteed to die? How would you come to that conclusion?
Why not make it easy and go, hey, don't fuck any animals because they're animals. They probably did say that, and then there was such an outrage in West Virginia that they had to like negotiate and come to a compromise. Like, all right, listen.
Now I'm scared to eat at West Virginia. Someone probably you get an animal with a filling. I've heard over there. You get a filled animal. You get animals with fillings. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That is just freaky. That's just fucked up. That is just fucked up, dude. That is just... Okay, wow. That's horrible. That's miserable.
I'll give you 40 pounds, and that's all you're getting. Anything more than that? No. But Jesus, my dog's under 40 pounds. I'm never moving there. In Alaska, it is illegal to get drunk in a bar and remain on the premises. So you're not allowed to be drunk at a bar? Where can you get drunk then? If you don't want people to be drunk in your bar, then don't serve alcohol.
No. It's illegal to be drunk and then stay there, right? If you're drunk, you gotta go. Like, you're eventually supposed to leave. I think that's what it means. I think that's what the context is. Not that you're, like, getting drunk in general, but if you're drunk and you just stay there and not go home once you can.
That's like getting kicked out of a pool for being wet. Alaska, figure it out, buddy. In Tennessee, it is illegal to share Netflix logins.
Well, fuck to the Tennessee people. Well, that sucks. That sucks indeed.
Thank God I don't live there, because I have Netflix, HBO Go, Showtime, Hulu, all that shit, and none of them are mine. And I'm pretty positive that like 80% of the people who are watching this now also don't have their own accounts. We'd all be in jail. These fucking idiots in Tennessee are paying for their own Netflix accounts. Fucking rookie mistake. Anyway, that's all for this week's video. Don't forget to subscribe to my podcast. Comes out every Monday. It's called The Basement Yard. That bitch is on iTunes and Sound.
Podcasts. So interesting. Yeah, there's no law behind this, so yeah. The animal one is diabolical. Like that animal one, that is freaky. I'm not gonna lie. That is freaky. I won't lie. That one's pretty diabolical. That is pretty crazy. I do say so. That's freaky. I agree. That's miserable. That was horrible. Great, that was a fun video. Quote unquote fun. Didn't feel that fun. How should you reinforce it? I don't know. They come visit. They personally look at it. Right? They come visit and then personally look at it. With your Netflix login. I don't have Netflix. I do not have Netflix. I just don't. I do not have that. Isn't that fun? That's great, isn't it? I do not have that. So that's nice. Doesn't work on me, big guy. That's interesting. Well, I'd be careful then. I'd indeed be careful then. Save your animals from West Virginia. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. Alright, now, I also can remove this one because we don't need that one. Let's look at... What do we have? What do we have that I want to look at? You know what? Let's look at either We're gonna look at delusional anti-capitalists. I need something. Holy fuck, this is pissing me off today. This is genuinely pissing me off today. What the fuck is this? What is this? We're gonna look at delusional communists first. Let's look at some. I haven't reacted to Misha Petrov in a while. Things aren't even loading properly. Whatever YouTube is cooking. You kill Somax? Nope. She's watching a movie. Anyways. Let's look at this. Have a look-see at this. I'm curious. Reacting to delusional anti-capitalists by Misha Petrov. We're gonna look at that. I haven't reacted to Misha Petrov in a while. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we'll go in. I have no idea what awaits me here, but I think I also need to move over a little because I think the communists are on the right side for once. Yeah, we'll look at those. That's gonna be fun. It's always fun to see people being Delulu. So yeah, we'll go in. We shall go in. Anyways, that's gonna be sad.
My rant is that capitalism is the greatest evil in the world. Oppressing all of us. You look so oppressed.
80 vinyl variants of the same album.
It's like funny how these people talk about like being oppressed. Right? It's like funny that like they want to act like they've been oppressed, but it's celebrities doing it. And I'm like, yeah, you have so much money and you are oppressed. I don't know about that one.
If you're a billionaire, why are you a billionaire?
These are the Uno cards I was just referencing.
I'm anti-capitalist and
it's hilarious, right? The whole Billie Eilish thing was hilarious, right? Because, so if you didn't know, right, she gave away like a buttload of her money, right? But here's the funny thing, right? So first of all, it helps her with her taxes. First thing, right? It helps her with her taxes. That's the first thing. Second thing. Right, second thing, right before she did that, she did increase prices for her concerts, meaning that she didn't lose any money. Anyways, and like Jerry from Rick and Morty, they act like prey, but they're predators, essentially. Yeah, true, kind of, yeah.
Anti-work, loser for capitalism.
Hollywood has developed this obsession.
Anti-work, boys and girls. Anti-work. I don't know how you become anti-work. Oh, is that that's a cat? How do you become... So, like, you just want to live off of the government and not do anything else? Is that what you want to do? Is that what you desire? Is that what you like? Because, like, that's... nah, bro. That's so weird. Honestly, I'll be real, that's weird.
With anti-capitalist rhetoric, work is oppression, we should all win equally somehow. Meanwhile, the people saying this are standing in designer outfits worth more than most people's rent, promoted by billionaire-dollar studios, surrounded by PR teams, agents, and sponsorships. The irony is insane, and it's only getting worse. So we're gonna take a look at a recent video that's going viral with someone named Poppy Liu and what she has to say about capitalism, which, by the way, absolutely has flaws. Corporate greed exists, right? Exploitative labor exists. Wealth inequality is real, all of that. But there's a massive difference between saying capitalism has structural problems and saying capitalism is the greatest evil on earth.
The thing that annoys you the most about capitalism?
Oh my God.
There's a long list. Where do I start? The only people that really benefit are the top 0.003%.
Yes, you don't benefit, girl. So this
That's you. That's you. That's just literally you. That's just literally you. That's just literally you. That shit, bro. She's not just sitting in a glass house throwing rocks. She's in a glass house throwing mountains at us here. That's just literally you. This is like Pokemon levels of energy where, like, you know, she says, like, eat the rich, right? Is there going to be a revolution, right? We'll tax the rich. It's like, girl, you are the rich. You are. What are you on about?
Anti-capitalist rhetoric has become a social symbol, especially among the wealthy creatives here, right? They condemn an economic system that made their lifestyles possible, say things like, oh, the only people that it benefits are the 0.003%. Meanwhile, extreme poverty rates collapsed over the last century. Access to medicine, transportation, technology, food, information expanded dramatically.
It's very simple. It's just way too imbalanced. There's no way you need to have all that damn money and people out here and can't eat.
Capitalism is a system of evil that is oppressing.
Give it away then. You want to act like a communist? Give your money away. Come, give your money away. Give your money away. Right? It's that, like, we're arguing with. Give your money away. Right? Just do it. Nobody's stopping you. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. It's not that deep. Focus, she lives in a stick house. Indeed. Focus, spoil me. You are spoiled rotten already.
All of us.
You look so oppressed.
In a hamster race in which the majority of people cannot win.
How do you figure out a way to make capitalism work for everyone when you kind of need someone to be poor for someone to be rich? I don't know. That you think that
there is something that needs to be said. Not everyone will be rich. Not everyone will be rich. I know this might sound crazy, but this is the harsh reality. Right? Not everyone will be rich. That is just the truth. Now, should people not be able to eat? Certainly not. I don't think that anybody's arguing for that. At least I hope so. Right? And have shelter, right? Get work, right? But the thing is, I'm using like music that sound good on paper, essentially. However, the thing is, and the reality is, that's unfortunately how reality works. Because the worker, the worker does not, by the way, the worker does not bear all the risk. Right? If I have a small business, I am the one taking the full risk of that. Even if I have a mid-sized business, I'm the one taking the full risk of that, not the worker. Right? And it's like, the system does not work. Because if everyone gets the same, right? Then why even do anything? Right? Why even do anything? Humans are motivation driven. There's something to get, then you will also put in the work. There's a reason why we have why young men are dropping out of society. There's nothing to gain.
Putting other people down is the only way that you can win.
Okay, well, we're in late stage capitalism, so if you don't love it, it's almost over.
The unfairness of the entire system.
The idea that we can't all win together, I hate that. That's what comes from this all, because we can. Why not?
Civilization requires labor. Food does not teleport into Whole Foods through your feminist manifestation circles that you guys attend, right? And
people have to work. People right? All this stuff, all this luxury, it doesn't come from nowhere. It doesn't just, right? Milk doesn't grow in a supermarket. Cheese doesn't grow in Aldi. They should move away from. Why are they? See, the fun thing is right. These socialists and communists, right? The fun thing is that they like to participate in the society and benefit from it, while proclaiming that they hate it. It's very interesting. Young men cannot find something worth dying for in the snow, dying in the snow for. Exactly. True. Ah, yes, the bleeding out in the snow thingy. I get it.
have to film it. That's not how it works. Your oat milk lattes exist because thousands of people work to produce it, to transport it, to refrigerate it, to market it, and then sell it. And human societies have always required work because survival itself requires production. Capitalism simply happens to be one of the only systems in history that massively rewarded innovation, entrepreneurship, productivity at this scale. Again, does that mean it is perfect? No, but it sure—
Nope, certainly not. Absolutely not. Guaranteed. There's certainly issues. I think there's a massive problem with the way we have things now, where the middle class is getting absolutely obliterated, right? There's no middle class in a lot of countries anymore, which is also due to taxes, right? Right, that's also due to taxes. I find it interesting that Jeff Bezos proposed that the lower 50% don't pay taxes because they only make 3%. Which honestly, at this point, if it's only 3% of all taxes, kind of makes sense. Then you would rather just have them keep the money and make them spend it, or maybe invest it into something. That would rather be better in this case. The worst part of communism is there's no re-elections. Yep, one party system, and that's it. Which kind of makes sense, right? Because see, communism only works, right, if you can keep it the system. But if you have democracy, it doesn't work, because, you know, you might get a party that doesn't want communism. You get the idea that it wouldn't work. It would never work.
Is better than communism, which fails every single time. It just wasn't done correctly. I'll make it work. No, you won't. It's some utopian fantasy that completely ignores the way humans are wired. It's like this desire that we should all win equally, okay? But people contribute different amounts, take different risks.
There aren't people. See, everyone should win equally. Well, there are people that fail due to their own terrible decisions and behavior. Should those still win? Right? That's like the thing. Not everyone is cut out to run it, for example. Not everyone is cut out to run a company, for example. Should the worker get the same as the boss? The one who takes all the risk? Stop it. It is what it is, but you need people who just, like, do their normal, regular job. And people who might actually be more comfortable with doing their more regular, normal job. Because the thing is this, right? The thing is also this. Life is not fun as a CEO either, right? We have this a lot of times where a lot of CEOs, for example, have show clear signs of mental illness, for example, right? A lot of people that run companies show clear signs of mental illness. I would even argue that a majority of those have an unhealthy lifestyle and mental illness, like being workaholics, right? And the thing is, like, there's a lot of people who just like to do their 9 to 5. Now, should that 9 to 5 be enough to feed your family, own a home, or eventually get into position to own a home? Sure. Yeah, you could argue that. I think housing should be a lot more affordable, right? Housing makes families. Families make, right? It makes sense. Do prisons count as communism because all the prisoners get the same food? That's a good analogy.
Possess different talents, work different hours, they make different choices, okay? And they create different levels of value. But this perfect equality of outcome is just fantasy, okay? It's not possible. Every system that attempted to...
The only thing you could get in some way, shape, or form is equality of opportunity, but never equality of outcome. Reason realistically being, right? That's just a harsh reality. Is that even if you somehow get close, you'll never achieve it truly, because even something as not getting a warm meal at home for kids, for example, right? Because we need to start as the smallest building block for this, right? For equality of opportunity. Even such small things like not getting daily warm meals can put children at a disadvantage. That's why I'm saying equality is impossible. It will never be possible. It is a utopia. It cannot exist. It also cannot exist because we're not equal, right? I'm terrible at math. Somebody else is great at math. We're not the same. I will never have the same possibilities as this person or opportunities.
forcibly engineer total economic equality eventually produce what? Corruption, shortages, authoritarianism, mass suffering. No better than capitalism, that's for sure. The funniest part, though, is that these people are not anti-capitalist revolutionaries living off the grid, right, in some commune somewhere. They are celebrities with agents, with PR teams, stylists, sponsors, explaining to ordinary people that capitalism is evil while enjoying every privilege the system gave them. And the more privileged the environment becomes, the more radical the language gets.
Oh, the currency is made up, credit is made up, debt is made up. Why do people have student debt?
Currency is made up. Okay.
Well, currency is never made up. We just shifted it to money, right? But currency has never been made up. We can go back a couple of years, a few hundred years, right? And we can, for example, see even thousands of years, right? And we can see that currency has always existed. For example, trade. People have been trading stuff. For example, during the Roman Empire, salt was actually pretty valuable, right? Salt was something that was incredibly valuable, and people were trading salt for stuff. Currency has always been a thing. Ever since trade has been a thing. Trading is something, owning something that you can trade is just currency. Salt would be just currency. Food could be just currency. Right? You trade, for example, you produce food and trade that food, for example, for clothes. Right? Anything can be a currency.
Okay, gold only has value though, because humans collectively agreed it does. Same thing with money. Also, same thing with your movie contracts are technically made up too, right? So feel free to wire your paycheck to me, if none of it matters, right? Go ahead and do that.
Why are we all grinding?
For money, you do it for money, you do it for fame. You're doing this yourself.
Why are we all working so hard to make money for who?
I'm working so hard. I had to put on my designer outfit this morning, and then I had to like act and stuff, I guess.
My rant is that capitalism is the greatest evil in the world.
It's greater than war, genocide, slavery, authoritarian regimes, terrorism, cartel violence, human trafficking. And you notice how none of these people, or the people on TikTok that we'll take a look at also, they never say, I think economic systems need reform. No, it's the greatest evil. Every problem you've ever had stems from capitalism. Also, Poppy Liu immigrated to America. Okay, she built a successful career in Hollywood, accumulated wealth and influence through one of the most capitalist industries on earth. Then she turned around, publicly condemned capitalism as evil, becoming so successful through a system that you claim is the worst evil imaginable. And something you'll hear is, well, that's like saying you criticize society, yet you participate in society. You live in a society, so it doesn't make sense. But that's not the argument. No one is saying you can't criticize capitalism. While living under capitalism, I critique aspects of it as well, because it is not perfect. There's a difference between saying, this system has flaws, and this is the greatest evil on earth, while I enthusiastically benefit from a Hollywood red carpet, right? If I consistently said something like, America is the worst country. I hate America. But I I benefit from all the freedoms and opportunities America has offered me. I make absolutely no.
That's the thing, right? That's the thing, right? They stay there instead of leaving. Like, if you hate it here, just leave. I always tell the immigrants that say they hate Germany, but they never leave because, you know, they don't have iPhones where they would need to go. Anyways, different topic, different time, different topic. Regardless, it's like, leave. Oh, you don't want to participate in a capitalist society. You do know you can literally make your own clothes. But you won't learn that skill. You can literally make your own food, but you won't learn that skill. You get the idea. It's like, oh, you live in a society, so you have to participate. You have no other choice. Well, do you? There's people that live... Why don't you live off the grid? That's a thing. That's a possibility in many places. Just live off the grid. You know, get your own water, produce your own electricity, plant your own food, have your own animals, whatever, right? But you won't do that. Because that's not convenient enough.
Effort to leave, people would obviously call that contradictory as well, because it is. And there is no shortage of TikTokers saying that as well. Mostly Gen Z, mostly privileged as Oh, well, I don't have money to leave. Okay, tell us the plan at least. Where would you go? Let's say you make it big. Tomorrow you can book a ticket. Where are you going? But most of the time, they don't even get to that point. They just complain.
People that are like, oh, but like, don't you enjoy the nice things? Blah, 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 blah. Yes, I do. And also, I would be okay with it if it meant that more people in the world could live without oppression. Like, hello.
Hi. You have these studios producing movies.
By the way, a woman from a Western country. Now, right? She lives in a Western country and people are oppressed. I wonder what people in Africa would think about this. I wonder what the women in Afghanistan would think about this, or the women in people in Iran, or you know, or what other places are the people that lived under that like in Nepal before they just overthrew their government, right? I wonder what she would say to those people. Because, right, those aren't the victims of capitalism. It's like, champagne capitalists are so interesting. The only valid reason to stay in the country you hate is if you want to improve it out of sense of patriotism. But that would mean you love your country and not hate your country. Right? Then the language would be, I love this country, which is why I want to improve it. But yeah, I don't think these people have patriotism. They hate the country they live in. This doesn't really make sense.
Criticizing greed, wealth, billionaires, consumerism. They package all of that into a profitable entertainment product that they sell to you, and you buy it, and you leave the theater what? Enlightened? You're gonna dismantle capitalism now? Like, I can't. You're supporting these celebrities that are anti-capitalist. Buying the movie tickets, buying their products, their merch. It is insane.
Y'all are gonna be mad at me for saying this, but I think celebrities shouldn't exist. Like, not that people shouldn't exist, but like the concept of a celebrity opinion. I think celebrities are an invention of capitalism that is a very new, very recent, historically speaking, tool at effectively neutralizing the masses, because celebrities don't happen organically. The ruling class decides who becomes celebrities. This is why so many celebrities are nepo babies who became famous not because of their own skill and talent, but because somebody close to them decided they wanted to make them famous.
Okay, with the nepo baby thing, I agree with some of what he said, but also think about the random people who became famous.
Yeah, it's also like, listen, celebrity is an interesting term. For example, would Albert Einstein be a celebrity? He is famous. Everybody knows him. Would he be a celebrity? What is it, right? Popular people. Celebrities are invention. What about Michael Jackson? What about all those people that invented stuff and became famous through that? Were those all nepo babies? Right? It's like, celebrity is kind of like, what's the difference, for example, between somebody who became famous through acting and somebody who became famous and is now world known through inventions? Are those, right? Because, like, there's not much difference. They both achieved, quote-unquote, great things and became known through that. So, like, it is impossible to not have quote-unquote celebrities. And even if you remove the word celebrity, you still have people with similar status. It doesn't make sense.
From YouTube, from Vine, from Twitch, from gaming videos, from their podcasts, right? From makeup tutorials, from singing covers, right? TikTok dances. So yeah, nepotism exists in Hollywood, obviously. Powerful people helping their children is not unique to capitalism, though. That existed under monarchies, communist regimes, every civilization in human history, okay? It's not like, wow, this is so new. I've never seen this before. The difference is that under capitalism, audiences still ultimately decide relevance. So you can buy somebody opportunities, but you can't force millions of people to keep watching someone they genuinely dislike forever. And we've
yeah, like look at the video game mixtape, right? Literally backed by the sixth richest man on the planet. Obviously an absolute disaster. Surprise, surprise there. Absolute horseshit, right? People have been making fun of it, it's just, yeah, it doesn't make so much sense. The people still can decide on what they like or don't like.
Seen plenty of nepo babies flop, regardless of how much industry backing they get, because sometimes they're just boring and no one gives a after a certain point.
Celebrities are so very new as a concept. Like, we've always had artists historically. Artists becoming celebrities under the concept of how we understand celebrities today. It's only been a thing for like the last 100 years or so. I think that's intentional.
Humans idolizing famous figures, that's existed in ancient civilizations. Think of like gladiators, idols, medieval societies worship royalty. Humans admire generals, poets, actors, all of it, long before stock markets.
Karl Marx once wrote that religion is the opiate of the masses, taking something that is naturally occurring in human societies and twisting it into a tool used to control and placate the masses. And for thousands of years before capitalism, it was an effective tool used by empires across the globe. But with modernization, fewer and fewer people were following religion, so the ruling class had to come up with something else. And what do you know? People have always admired artists. So what if we took these artists, funded their careers, and elevated them to the same degree of societal influence as religion itself?
I feel like modern political ideology functions more like religion than celebrity culture, because people online already have these purity tests, right? Public shaming, excommunication, cancellation. You disagree with us, that's a sin. Out.
If you are spending so much of your time and energy towards worshiping...
Does he know that, we also got a lot of nice, interesting things thanks to religion, like feminism. You could argue that on a religious ground. Christianity, that is. What about hospitals? I wonder if this guy ever went to hospital. I wonder if this guy is for free healthcare. Just quote unquote free. It's not really free, right? It's just right. It's tax backed. Anyways.
And defending your faves, pouring so much of your money into buying their products and merch. You're not gonna have the time, energy, nor space to be focused on anything else, let alone a revolution, or even questioning the system that allowed them to become celebrities in the first place.
So celebrity culture is not uniquely capitalist. That is part of human psychology, which can definitely be taken too far. There is 100% an unhealthy version of that, which I completely agree with him on, in terms of parasocial behavior, in terms of literal celebrity worship. Another thing I find strange is that these individuals are also posting on TikTok, trying to build an audience around their own opinions. Cool, you're trying to make it big yourself, but in their minds, apparently...
Yeah, but in their minds, they're not doing that, right? Because I'll be real, if you post content on any platform, you do it, whether you like it or not. You do it whether you like it or not, whether you like to admit it or not. Also, to grow an audience online. The abolitionists were religious. Indeed. It is so interesting. Arguably, most people, like, even still during the 1800s, were religious. In fact, you could argue being non-religious is not even, quote-unquote, normal in some way, shape, or form. Because for a vast majority of human history, humans have been religious. So technically, you're not the norm. You're like redheads. You are normal, but you're not the norm. Kind of.
Celebrity culture is evil right up until people start reposting your videos, validating your monologues. And so often, all these anti-capitalist influencers, they eventually become their own favorite exception. That's the hypocrisy.
So I'm anti-capitalist and anti-work. And I am pretty vocal about that. And I know...
Yeah, I can tell you don't have a job. I know you don't. I can tell you don't. You are unemployed. Anti-work. Definitely. Definitely. I know that you are unemployed. I can tell. 10,000 people, by the way, liked it and agreed with this. 10,000 people liked this and agreed with it. Almost 11,000, actually.
I know that people find me annoying because I'm very persistent and I'm very staunch in my beliefs. I do think that there are lines of work that people could be passionate about, but because we live in a world where you literally have to work to the point of burnout in order to survive, it sucks the fun and enjoyment and fulfillment out of even the most fulfilling jobs, right? And so if I'm saying something positive about my job, or like I think I would like this line of work, or I think I'm gonna accept a job where like the work schedule is like this, or like here's my plan to have multiple streams of income.
This guy's gay. His attitude gives me gay. You know, where like you can look at somebody and you can actually tell that like you can look at someone and you can tell their sexuality. This is what I'm having right now. This man's gay. And he has hashtag LGBTQ, hashtag queer. That's so interesting. These people's brains are anti-work. That might also be the how are you anti-work? Where's your food coming from, you brainless idiot?
You know, people will be like, oh yeah, that sounds great, until you have to actually work. Oh, yeah, that sounds great, until you find something to complain about. Or like they'll send me a meme that's like complaining about work, generally speaking, and they'll be like, oh my god, this is like so you, like derogatory.
Bro is definitely 100%. Bro is naked in the back door. Absolutely. This is like, maybe this is a psyop. Maybe this is a psyop to a gay caricature. What the fuck? Poking with his gaydar. It's actually, the gaydar is strong. It's hitting out. It's like maximum crazy.
Your friends are noticing a pattern with you, pointing it out.
And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry that you're just built different, I guess. I guess you're just built different. That you enjoy being a loser for capitalism. That you enjoy working a meaningless job that literally does nothing to contribute any sort of positivity to the world.
So burnout is real, overworking is...
And, you sitting in the car being all negative contributes to the world getting more positive? How exactly? How exactly does that make the world more positive? Mental illness, boys and girls.
Real. Those are, again, legitimate concerns of modern day work culture. But who is going to keep society functioning, right? Who grows the food? Who builds the homes? Who repairs infrastructure? Who keeps your electricity running? Who develops the medicine? Who codes these apps that you rant on all day? That is not capitalist oppression. Every society in human history required work because survival itself requires production, labor.
Even communists required work! What do you think how the Soviet Union ran, or Mao China, or North Korea, or Cuba? How do you think these replace? Well, could you call it running? Not really. More like failing. But anyways, you know how these failed? While they were working still, regardless. These people are stupid. This is stupid. This is stupidity. This is what TikTok has made people. Maybe Trump was wrong. Maybe they should have nuked that damn platform.
Was not invented by Jeff Bezos. All right. If you disagree, suddenly you are a loser for capitalism, right? Working a meaningless job, which is actually kind of elitist. It comes off that way. I mean, nurses, electricians, plumbers, farmers, service workers are all just pathetic capitalist drones because they contribute to functioning society instead of filming anti-capitalist TikToks in their car between iced coffee runs.
Well, maybe genuinely meant meaningless jobs, which is kind of a privilege. Because if you would only give jobs to things that actually mean something, actually have importance, most of us would be unemployed. I mean, we already see a massive shift, right? Due to AI and robots and shit. We already see a massive shift. Right? We already see a massive shift that is happening, right? From right, regular factory working to, in fact, service. Right. For example, a large portion, for example, of Spain, right? A lot of that industry is now service. It's very interesting. You pull the peasant from 1,000 years ago, they would be happy to work at a desk job after seeing all we take for granted. Indeed. Yes. They, of course, would rather pick a desk job than dying on the fields. Of course they would.
So you want it all. You want fast internet, you want your coffee shops, your transportation, you want some utopian fantasy where all of that somehow continues to exist without incentives and without labor. But people absolutely can find fulfillment through work, creativity, ambition. The problem is this imbalance, exploitation, but nobody should have to work is not a serious solution to that problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're anti-capitalism. Billionaires are bad people. Queen Billie Eilish has launched another useless product to sell to her fans.
That's okay because it's Billie and we stan Billie.
Billie Eilish unboxing her custom-themed ViewMaster 3D for her new concert film. A few months ago, we saw her selling her name on Uno cards. Go to her website right now. A 3D track jacket costs $150. A black zip hoodie, $125. Hit Me Hard and Soft matte.
You know how these prices even came to be? People buy this shit. That's why I'm saying this woman giving away like 20%, what it was from her net worth, or like her like all her money, means nothing. She's gonna make it double and triple back. It means nothing. That's why I say all these people are hypocrites.
Mesh basketball shorts, $125. You can get cheaper shorts at Lululemon. These are the Uno cards I was just referencing. Mattel is the company that owns Uno. And Mattel is a publicly traded company. And who are the companies that own the most percentage of Mattel? BlackRock and Vanguard. EdgePoint Investment Group, 15%, Vanguard, 10 to 12%, BlackRock, 8 to 10%. If you're gonna go out there and call out people like that, you can't be partnering with places like this. I will ask you this. Don't you have enough money already?
Yeah, because she was saying that about the billionaires.
Love you all, but there's a few people in here that have a lot more money than me. And if you're a billionaire, why are you a billionaire? No hate, but yeah, give your money away, shorties.
But she's selling this pretty expensive merch, right? Uno cards.
What these people also don't realize is that throwing money at problems doesn't solve them. I know this sounds crazy. But throwing money at problems does not solve them. For example, you could throw all the money in the world, for example, at people starving in Africa or people having water in Africa. And once that money is gone, they will continue to starve and die of thirst. You want to know why? Because throwing money at them doesn't do anything because the infrastructure is severely lacking. Shocker. And if you throw money at people who are homeless, for example, they will eventually end up being homeless again. Because that wasn't the problem to begin. Money wasn't the problem to begin with in many situations. The problem goes much deeper than just money. You can throw all the money, but you still need somebody to know what to do with that money. Because if you don't have the infrastructure, if you don't have the structure to even use that money properly, you're just gonna end up at the same problem again. I know this might come as a surprise, but money does in fact not solve all problems if you don't have somebody who knows what to do with it.
To massive corporations and investment firms, which, you know, there's nothing wrong with making money. I respect entrepreneurship, but at some point you have to pick a lane. And also you can't be like, oh, no one is illegal on stolen land.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Nobody's illegal on stolen land. So why don't you leave? You live on stolen land. Why don't you leave? I've already said this before, right, with this exact level. Why don't you leave? And arguably, that is essentially everyone. Because everything has eventually been owned by somebody else, right? The ground her house is on was eventually owned by somebody else. The ground I live on was eventually owned by someone else. So I have to give that back. How far can we pull this, right? There's a lot of African migration that's happened. Do you tell that to Africans? Because a lot of those live actually on stolen land. Because everyone lives on stolen land, right? Unless you can verify that the place you live at belonged to your family, to your ancestors for thousands of years. If that's not the case, you better find out who it originally owned to and give it back. I hate this argument. Also, stealing isn't the same as conquering. I'm breathing stolen air. It's true. It belonged to the dinosaurs at one point. Same with the water. Anyways.
Coming from a celebrity living in a mansion on stolen land that you're not giving back.
The Native American Tongva tribe replied to Billie by pointing out that her $3 million Los Angeles mansion sits on their ancestral land. Eilish has not contacted our tribe directly regarding her property. It is our hope that in future discussions, the tribe can explicitly be referenced to ensure the public understands that the greater Los Angeles basin remains Gabrielino Tongva territory. I would have gone with, we'll accept your land acknowledgement in the form of a deed transfer.
So clearly private ownership suddenly matters once enough wealth and comfort enters the equation, or is that only for you? Only you can have that luxury. Because nothing says anti-capitalist rebellion quite like selling $125 basketball shorts to your fans from your mansion. It's the same thing we saw with the celebrities at the Met Gala. Think Sarah Paulson, who wore that dollar bill over her eyes that was very stunning and brave. Again, at the Met Gala. Just don't go if you want to make a statement. But no, she wanted to enjoy the wealth and the luxury and to mingle with others.
Now that she points it out, it's kind of true. These people go to these places to send their message. But a stronger message would be to not go at all. That would be the message. But you can't do that because you enjoy all the nice things you have. You enjoy all the nice shit you have.
Celebrities and billionaires. So
what role do celebrities play under capitalism? Like, why does capitalism need celebrities, and how does capitalism use celebrities to further its own ends? Aspiration devices, and the second is distraction devices. And our aspiration is profitable for capitalism, because as we continue to want to be famous so badly, and to think that being famous and having status and wealth and influence and money will be the solution to all our problems and more.
Do I hear air conditioning in the background? I think I do. I could be wrong, however. Quite the luxury you got there.
Who's forcing you to think that?
By celebrities existing in a way that is fun to consume, we are distracted from the realities of our condition.
It's weird because she treats ordinary people like mindless NPCs with no personal agency whatsoever. Humans naturally gravitate toward things like beauty and status and talent, and that existed long before capitalism. Many are aspirational by nature. Capitalism did not invent that. But nobody is forcing people to obsess over influencers or believe that fame will solve all their problems. People choose what they consume, okay? Celebrities are profitable because audiences voluntarily pay.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that this woman doesn't believe that humans can choose for themselves. They must be victims like her, right? That's how we got here in the first place. They must be victims like her, and if they are victims like her, right? That's what this constant victim mentality does do to people. That's the exact thing what it does. That's really it. It's just she just projects her victimhood onto others.
Attention to them. If everybody stopped caring tomorrow, the market would collapse. But people naturally do aspire upwards. The actual problem is unhealthy parasocial obsession combined with social media addiction, right? Not human nature, which capitalism did not invent.
I don't think there's a single morally hypocritical fan base out there than Swifties. Because from my understanding, a big part of the Swiftie fan base is liberal, feminist, women. So here's some of the contradictions I've observed that I would like you to riddle me this. So it's always eat the rich, unless it's Taylor Swift. It's always their...
Yeah, that's also the same thing for Sabrina Carpenter. It's the exact same thing. It's like, also it's like funny, right? Feminism, anti-objectification and sexualization of women. So much to the point that they want to get rid of ban corn. Completely, right? Yet, Sabrina Carpenter sexualizes and objectifies herself, therefore participating in the very thing that feminism tried to fight. Very funny. And that's just besides the point that one of the biggest feminists in one of the grannies of feminism said that she wants to obliterate the nuclear family, but that's a different topic.
Never be an ethical billionaire until it's Taylor Swift. Then you have the climate change warriors now defending private jets. Taylor Swift is #1 in a lot of things. She is also the #1 celebrity CO2 polluter 2 years in a row. Then I always see she's a feminist icon, but every single one of her albums revolves around men. If we want to talk about decentering men, and you want to know one woman who has yet to decenter men, it's Taylor Swift.
I don't listen to her music, but from what I have heard, my guess would be at least 90% of her music is about men and her relationships with men. So I'm not sure how that could be interpreted as decentering men, which is fine, by the way, if you love romance and romantic songs and breakup songs, whatever. Everyone has their thing. But to claim this is a woman that is decentering men?
Then the narrative of Taylor's anti-capitalist while she sells 80 vinyl variants of the same album. Do you guys not realize that every limited edition of the album coming out in different colors is a marketing ploy, and y'all eat it up while saying that capitalism is evil?
No, because a lot of her fans are young, like very young girls.
Then you say she empowers women, but her brand, her
Are we sure? Are we sure? I've seen more 30 and 40-year-old women listening to Taylor Swift and literally naming even their daughters Taylor than Gen Zs. At least on the internet, it's not girls. That's grown woman. Taylor does not know the Bechdel test. She does not pass it at all. She doesn't talk. She only talks to 2 men and about men.
lyrics are really built on being a perpetual victim. I'm just saying that maybe the real anti-hero is the cognitive dissonance that we made along the way.
Billionaires are evil unless she's the billionaire. Private jets are destroying the planet unless she's on the jet. And Taylor Swift's business model is incredibly capitalist. Okay, it is about scarcity marketing, limited editions, right? She is objectively one of the most commercially sophisticated entertainers alive. And I think it is impressive, the business intelligence here. Again, I'm not a fan of Taylor, but you gotta give it to her. She knows how to make money. What's funny though is watching all these people denounce capitalism and then they participate in one of the most successful capitalist fandom ecosystems there ever was. Or at least one of the most successful ones, for sure. The people screaming the loudest about capitalism almost always seem to enjoy its luxuries the most. But you guys let me know what you think in the comments.
Indeed. Well, I've said what I said. I've said enough, I think, at this point. It is quite simple. This woman and all these women, to be fair. It's always women, by the way. It's always white women most of the time. So, right, sometimes there's like a black lady in there and then, right, an Asian lady. But most of the women complain. It's mostly women that complain about this. And then, gay men. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. It's interesting. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. All right. Now then, what video do I want to look at that I have? Apparently, there's something going on with this guy. So this is a 9-minute long one. We can look at this. Of course you don't load properly. What is this? This is pissing me off. I swear to God. YouTube's weird. I have to always reload the website. Welcome. That's pissing me off. But let's have a look at this. I'm curious what this is about. Because that was recommended. I'm also going to move myself over. Got a lot of videos recommended. I just haven't watched all of them. It's quite unfortunate. Yoink. Chat can follow me again. So yeah, let's have a look at this. Alrighty. Mr. Who's the Boss situation is terrible. By Drew Daniels. I have no idea. I'll be real, I have no idea. I've reacted to his videos, and that is about it. That is legit about it, right? And yeah, we'll look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Let's see what has happened. It could be because your PC is getting too hot. Nope. Same temperature as usual. I'm also in a pretty cold room, so that can't be it. Also, my phone has the same issue, so it might be YouTube related, actually. Alright, let's go in. Let's see it. Let's see it. What's been going on here?
Back. If you clicked on this video, you probably know who Mr. Who's the Boss is. He's a massive YouTuber from Britain, 22.5 million subscribers, 2,000 videos. He's one of the largest, if not...
But yeah, I've definitely watched one of his videos. I definitely watched one of his videos.
The largest tech YouTubers on the planet. And apparently the United States had an issue with him, or more specifically, the Border Patrol had an issue with him several years ago when he was trying to enter the country. And he, for the first time, I believe, has broken his silence on the story and told it publicly. And it's a pretty horrifying story. So he was doing this 20 questions interview with the Dexerto, and they do a lot of these where they ask 20 questions that someone has never been asked. They've done it with like Mr. Beast and Jacksepticeye and Tommy Innit, Jack Manifold, etc., etc. And they always aim to get an exclusive of some kind, as any news organization would. Now, for some context, they ask him what the most money he's ever turned down is, and instead of telling about the most money that he's ever turned down, he talks about the most money he's ever lost out on because something went wrong. And in doing so, he segues well into this.
Interesting. So what did the United States do? I'm curious. Internet connection, maybe? How would I be streaming, my friend, if the internet connection was the problem? You're not thinking this through, are you? Anyways. Interesting. So what did the US do? Did they not let him in? But why did they not let him in? Did he have like some... did he have something with him and they didn't like that? Whatever, right? We'll see.
Story where, well, I'll let him speak for himself.
Oh god. So this isn't the biggest offer I've turned down. This is the biggest offer that I was never able to make. So we got an offer a few years ago to cover a high-tech stadium being built in the US. It was $300,000. So I was like buzzing. And I've never told anyone this before, but packed my bags, flew to the US, and I got interviewed by Border Control. They said, you know, what are you here for? And they said, come this way. So they took me to a back room, and they said in this back room, you can't take your phone.
Bro, have they interrogated him? Okay, bro, that's crazy. That's kind of insane, isn't it? That's kind of... They took this poor man into essentially interrogation room.
No. So I had like all the people from the sponsor and stuff like that waiting for me at the pickup area. And I couldn't tell them that I'd been pulled into this room.
So he's hired for this YouTube video. Presumably it's a sponsored video where he goes and he looks over this new stadium that's being built in the United States, and it's one of the highest tech stadiums that there is. And him being the most subscribed to tech YouTuber, it makes sense that he would be the one to kind of help break the story about this new high-tech stadium to try and get some sports money into the United States through like World Cup, Olympics, etc. But then while trying to, I believe, legally enter the country, he's detained by Customs and Border Control. And honestly, I have to say, especially having heard the rest of the story, it's kind of hard not to play the race card here. This type of work seems like it would be extremely common. There are hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of full-time content creators, many of whom have staffs associated with them. So it seems like those people would be in the clear as far as getting into a country in order to do their work, shoot their videos, complete their sponsorships, or work for someone that is, and then leave. Millions upon millions of people do this every single year, so it seems weird that it's an issue for him for some reason. Now, later in the different article, Dexerto says that there was a visa issue, and we're going to look at that in a sec, but just spoilers up top, I don't think a visa issue justifies what he goes through here next.
Eventually, like probably a couple of hours had gone, it started to become really accusatory, and eventually they took me into a deeper room, and...
Bruh, what? Okay, that's insane, dude. That's actually insane. Wow, that's crazy. Arguably, there might be... You could actually pull the race card here for once. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck? Like, they could literally just look up his channel. Like, right? They could just literally look up his channel and then just know what this man is about, right? They probably didn't do that.
I was scared at this point. All the guards were armed. They took me into a cell, and they actually like took all my clothes off and like felt around in all sorts of ways, like very violating stuff. Let's just say that. And then they let me kind of put my clothes back on, but they still didn't give me my phone. And I was stuck in this cell, no ability to contact anyone. Family had no idea where I was. I remember just feeling like inhuman. 26 hours passed before I got sent back home. I got deported, and they didn't even give me my phone till the flight had taken off.
This is unbelievable. And this is why I said I have trouble not playing the race card, because what could they have possibly thought he was doing or was going to do or maybe had recently done that justified holding him in a tiny cell for almost 30 hours and treating him the way that they did? You can literally just look him up on the internet and see that he's the largest tech YouTuber in the world who's coming here presumably to make a tech video, because that's what he does. Also, he's British. He was born in Nottingham. It's not like the Brits are known for sending a bunch of terrorists over to the United States that commit heinous crimes or something. Like, if any single person
Sadly, the state of the UK is interesting. Let's just say that. That might be the state of the UK, the way it is, honestly.
there had just done a Google search, they would have seen who he was and been able to comfortably ascertain what he was doing there. Now, obviously, I don't work for Border Control, but I do have common sense. And it seems like my common sense would tell me that if I was working for Border Patrol and I was detaining someone and they said, no, I'm here for a YouTube video, look me up, you can find my channel. And I look them up and I find their channel and it's one of the largest channels in the entire world. And I'm watching the videos and I'm like, oh, well, would you look at that? That is them. I probably wouldn't think they were here to, like, blow up a national monument. And I'm not saying they have to let him into the country. Legally, they absolutely don't. But that seems like that would help them in not treating him like a criminal who had done some horrific deed and needed to be interrogated for almost 30 hours. No crime had been willfully committed and no charges were brought. He was just held there like a dog in a cage for...
Yeah, that is definitely questionable, like, bro. Just look up who he is, and then it's very clear, right? That's just very clear that he is really not that. He's not gonna do shit. I'm assuming, right? You could just literally look it up. Problem solved. But they didn't do that. I think that you could definitely pull a race card here. It's just a bit weird.
For over a day.
So that's when I was able to actually text my family, yeah, sorry guys, it all fell apart. Every single time I go to the US now, I get taken to a second room, I get interviewed because this, like, black mark is next to my name. And I'm scared. I don't like it.
Yeah, because you feel like a criminal every single time, even though you haven't done anything wrong. Imagine that you get pulled over every time you leave your driveway. There's a cop sitting at the end of your street. You get in your car, he gets in his car, you pull out, he immediately pulls you over every time, checks your license and registration and your tags and searches your car, etc. And even though you've never been ticketed, you've never committed any vehicle-related crime in speeding or suspended license or what have you, you would still get nervous every time it happens, and you would also be rightfully justified in saying, hey, what the hell? I haven't done anything. Why am I being treated like a criminal every time you see me? Now, earlier I said there was a visa issue, and Dexerto clarified that. It's not in the main video, but it says he was finally sent home after 26 hours. He felt traumatized. As for the reason for the search, Mani, I can't pronounce that, says he wasn't flying with the correct visa for his trip. So my theory is that he entered on a personal visa or maybe some kind of a vacation-based visa, thinking it would be easier to get into the United States to do what he needed to do. Because, spoiler alert, and you're probably aware of this, the United States is not, like, super friendly to work visas right now. It's much more difficult to get into the country on a work basis.
Yep. It's a little more difficult right now, which is interesting, right? Sounds sus, but I want to know what the Border Patrol claims before making a position. Obviously, right? Right, you gotta hear all positions here. But it's very interesting. It's a bit odd, right? That you wouldn't just look up the dude, right? It's a bit odd.
Visa under the current administration than it was under the previous one or other administrations that we've had in the past. And likely, Mr. Who's the Boss was fully aware of this, and so he was trying to get in under a different visa that was more likely to be approved. Something vacation-based, because people who come here on vacation tend to spend a lot of money and then they leave, and that's good for our economy, as opposed to a worker's visa where they come here and yes, they spend money, but they also make money, which is, like, weirdly controversial in the United States right now. But even if that is what happened, I have to imagine people mess up their visas all the time. We get millions, maybe tens of millions of people every year coming in on various visas, vacation, personal, work-related, student, what have you, I don't know, all the visas, and then leaving. And I have to imagine at least 1 or 2% of those people mess it up pretty consistently. And I can't fathom a world in which tens or hundreds of thousands of people are being mistreated and dragged into small cells for days at a time with no warrant and treated like this. I know that people get rejected or sent back to the country of origin all the time because their paperwork is incorrect, travel is complicated, but that's not like an excuse to treat all of them like a criminal. And I feel confident in saying that most of them aren't treated like criminals. So the fact that he is seems weird, especially when he's very obviously a public figure there on the public figure work that he does. So if his only crime was making a mistake that I presume people make all of the time, and he's coming from a country.
Yeah, it is definitely weird. Something is definitely sus. I don't know. We don't have the other side, so it would be difficult to say anything, right? But that is certainly odd. That is certainly odd, yeah. Huh, what could the it's just a bit aggressive, isn't it? That's a bit aggressive. I guess, like, that you would be alert if it were from the UK, right? I guess you'd also be alert if it would be from, like, France or even, right? I guess that. I get that, but I don't know. It's odd.
That it's not known for sending over a bunch of violent criminals or terrorists. I think we're left with the conclusion that it at least partially was because he is not white, and that was an issue for some reason. Now, for those of you saying that sounds illegal, which is something that I thought like, well, he's being held against his will, isn't this like unreasonable search and or seizure, which is unconstitutional? The answer is no. The Customs and Border Patrol has like crazy amounts of authority. As long as you're at a port of entry, they have warrantless search and inspection, so they can inspect basically anything at all, human or otherwise, coming into the country. They also have the power of immigration inspections. They can also inspect your electronic devices. They can also do secondary inspection. I'm not completely sure what that is. And then they've got nearly unlimited capacity to detain people, expedited removal, arrest and seizure. The idea is that all of the constitutional rights that you think you might have basically don't apply to Customs and Border Patrol as long as they believe that you might be an alien looking to commit a crime. That's right. If you're a United States citizen, as long as they have reasonable belief that you're not, or you're lying, or you faked it somehow, then they can still do all of these things to you. They can seize and inspect everything you own and detain you for, I'm not going to say as long as they want. I'm sure there's some legal requirements, but as far as we're concerned, it's as long as they want. All without any probable cause or a warrant. And don't get me wrong.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, the fact that laws don't apply is probably because you are in the US citizen, so of course they kind of don't, but anyways. That's interesting. That is so interesting.
I'm fully against criminals being allowed to enter the country, but it seems like what they did to him was vindictive and racist. Considering that they sent him back anyway, it seems like the whole 28 or 30-hour ordeal that they put him through was purely for the sake of putting him through it. It didn't accomplish anything. It's not like they were going to detain him for 26 hours and then send him on his merry way back into the country. No, they wanted to detain him to send a message and teach him a lesson and then send him back to Britain. So did he do some small technical thing wrong? I mean, yeah, probably, I assume, with the visa. Does that at all justify what he went through? I think most of us reasonable people can agree that no, it does not, and it was horrifying. Anyway, it's been this long since you had an...
Yeah, it is a bit interesting. That's all I gotta say. It's a bit interesting, right? There would have been a better way to solve this. Like, bro, if I look up his name up and I see like how many subs did he have, and I see that, I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm gonna. There's no chance that he's gonna do something. That just doesn't. It just doesn't make sense. There's just no logic to it. That's really all there is to it. Of course, I'd like to see what the Border Patrol has to say, because that interests me as well. But we don't have that in here, which is unfortunate. But that's very interesting. That's so interesting. What an oddity. What indeed, and what an oddity. That's so odd. All right. You know what? Look at this.
I need someone who's...
Oh God. Let's look at this. because that seemed funny. A VTuber reacted to this that I watched, so now I wanna watch this as well. That sounds funny. So we're gonna look at this. Might be interesting. Might be interesting. Feminist tries male jobs and instantly regret it. I am infinitely curious what's going on here. By the Modern King, I think we've reacted to this channel like quite a while ago when I first started out being a VTuber. So that's so interesting. We're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. And here we go. Let's see. I'm curious where this is gonna go.
I need someone who's at least 6'8", and he has to be driving a hypercar, maybe a Bugatti or a Pagani. And I want
Accurate. Dude, to a degree. Accurate.
to be making at least 12 figures a month. And he can't have kids already because I already have 3 kids. And he has to have a business under his name if he wants to be with me. He has to be very religious, and I want him to have an 8-pack. And has to be 250 pounds.
It might be a bit much, a bit too much, but that does exist. That does exist, right? Anybody remember the like chick that was like tall, handsome, muscular, while looking like straight out of the Simpsons? That was interesting.
Pounds, all muscle, no fat, of course. And he has to be tan with big brown eyes.
Okay, but what do you have to offer?
Excuse me? What do I have to offer? Are you serious right now?
Like, what do you bring to the table?
I am the table.
I bring meat. What else should I bring?
Like, can you cook at least?
No, I don't do cooking. What the hell?
Can you clean?
Do I look like a maid? No, I don't do cleaning either.
Do you have a job?
Pretty girls don't work. I know I was wasting my time talking to you. I need a real man who's gonna take care of me.
What do you mean, real man? There's nothing about you that's real. Your whole body's fake.
I literally have the best surgeon in Miami, and he worked on me.
But who the hell do you think you are? You're literally, you have kids. You literally have kids, and you're
I knew I'm wasting my time.
Here I am pushing Alyssa's car. Problem by myself. Who needs a guy when you have me? So 3 hours later of trying to get Alyssa's car to work.
Like, more like they fill the table. They fucking eat the table. Anyways. Well, who needs a man? Can't get the car to start. Well, that didn't go all too well. It appears that didn't go all too well. So it would seem. Yeah, surprise. I'm not shocked. To be fair, I cannot repair a car either. So, but it's more likely the man would be able to do it.
And it's clear to say that I had.
What did you do? What did you do? What on earth did you do?
To say.
What did you? She roasted the car. She roasted the car. She roasted the car. Brother, what did you do?
That I had no clue what I was doing. And
she roasted both cars. I guess we do need men. What did you do? What on earth did you do?
And I guess we do need men because the whole inside of my car exploded and caught on fire.
The funniest part about that video is that it wasn't even a battery issue. The blue car was simply out of gas. But instead of using the phone to help solve...
Are you How would you not know this? You can't, you can see that inside the car. When the car is empty, when there's no gas. What on earth are you doing? How? Humans are stupid. Bro.
Solve her issue quickly and safely. She resorted to filming a TikTok and blowing up both cars.
My husband didn't cook me dinner tonight, so tomorrow.
Your husband should send you on a treadmill. What do you mean, no dinner? What? What are you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Just what is wrong with you? Are you fucking... What the fuck? That poor husband. He's spending all his money in food.
Morning, first thing I'm filing a divorce because it is his job to feed me. The I look like
refrigerator, sweetheart. You have
a fucking refrigerator. Well, yeah.
Have a husband. You have a husband. That's pretty very impressive there. Not that I.
Maybe she'll eat the husband. Ever consider that? She might eat the husband. She might genuinely eat the husband. She might. She might.
Wouldn't have any faith for you to have one. I was having a fantastic day. You know what? I still am. I'm not going to let this ruin it. I'm just going to move on. And
a lot of women can't get jobs in construction.
Have you ever tried to be a concreter?
Yeah. No, but I totally would.
I wouldn't want that. I would never want to work at a construction site. What are you on about? Even as dudes, we have to admit we don't want to work there. Right? The only reason you work there is because there's really no other option. You have to do it. But like willingly. I think anyone who's working at construction would rather work on a desk. I'm pretty sure. First of all, it ruins your body. It ruins your back. You're gonna have you're gonna face the consequences when you're old, right? A lot of like people who work at construction sites, right, working construction, they have to retire early. They have back issues. They can't walk properly eventually anymore. What are you on about? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
A few moments later.
Johnny's mom has 4 children, north, south, and east. What's the name of the 4th child?
Johnny.
No, that's incorrect. It's west.
No, it's Johnny.
No, are you dumb? It's north, south, east. What's the next one?
Well, west, if you were talking about a compass.
Yeah, exactly. I'm right and you're wrong. It's west. You get it.
These women doing a roofing job are going viral because of their pace of work. Men are hilariously comparing them to male workers. Check out these comments. Someone...
The perfect example of a gender pay gap. Okay, that's hilarious. I know. Maybe they are doing a good job. Maybe they're not. I can't tell from here. That's interesting. Maybe they have.
Really said one Mexican would have been done already. So here's a comparison video of 2 men doing a similar job. That's a lot of women for a roof job. Hopefully they finish before.
Yeah. But I don't know how out of context that clip is, right? I always need context. The other ones had context. This one does not have context.
The year ends.
I don't know why she invited her entire pilot's class to come do this roofing job. That's way too many people for that roof. She should try hiring people that actually know what they're doing, rather than whatever this is. So it doesn't take a decade to do one roof.
At every site I go to, I always get the comment, so what did a pretty girl like you do to end up in construction? I studied geology, bro. Wow, you must really work out.
How do you go from geology to working in construction? How, what did you see? Just because you study something doesn't mean you'll actually get a... That's just the perfect example of just because you study something doesn't mean you'll actually get the job in that industry. Funny how that works.
No, it's just not that heavy. One time I overheard someone's like, no, don't catcall her. You shouldn't be catcalling anyone. Guys are always very concerned with helping me not get dirty.
I'm a feminist. I can actually cook.
I'm a feminist. Watch me cook.
Come over and...
Is that the same car? And is this out of context? If it's not, that's diabolical, bro. If it's not, that's actually diabolical. Anyways.
I have been cursed today with not one, but 2 female Uber drivers.
Absolutely not.
Both of them made wrong turns. They each got me there way later than the expected ETA. And I was running pretty late because I am a woman. And you know, there's a female-only driver option on these apps. The idea is that so women can...
I just saying that women are notoriously late? That's a bit weird. That's a bit odd.
feel safer by having only female drivers.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Absolutely not. If I want to know that I will get to my destination on time, then I want a male-only driver option.
I don't blame you.
I needed that today. I would pay a premium. Get at me. I don't even care. You all know it's...
Babe, it looks crooked to me.
Babe, it's not crooked. It's the wall, that is crooked. That is crooked by like 1.5 inches. It's not crooked.
Are you sure that it's not crooked?
Remember your pressure points. Do you see this bubble? Look, the bubble is in between, perfectly centered between the two lines. Perfectly centered.
Maybe the bubble is wrong?
Oh my God.
Bro just gave up all hope. Yeah, you could, the beige colored thing, is that the color you would use for that? That one's crooked. That one's crooked, and that's why it does look like that, but it's not. But right, the weight thingy, the whatever you want to call it. I know what it is in German. I have no idea what it is in English. You get the idea. The water thingy, right? It is correct.
Bubble. The bubble is not wrong. The bubble is right. The bubble is right.
Apparently, everything is wrong except for her. Also, I'd like to point out how, instead of contributing anything useful, she picked up her phone to film a TikTok nagging him and clearly pissing him off with dumb statements and questions. I truly do not understand their obsession with posting things like this on social media.
There is a new study out today that says women become unhappy as they get older, while the flip side, men get happier as life goes on.
First of all, this study was conducted by mostly men. And when men conduct anything, they talk about their finances because men judge themselves by the size.
Okay, hold up. This clip is old, but now I see more. Hold up. So, a study is conducted by men that men's life goes on are happier than women. But because it's by men, they talk about their finances. So because they are talking about their finances, men are more happier than women. Context? Like correlation? Correlation where? What is correlation, even? Does it matter? Many questions, many important ones, indeed.
Of their wallet. Toys, dare I say. So, you put all your toys together in a parking lot and it makes you happy. If they were to ask other questions in this study about spirituality, about the other aspects of our lives, that women would have taken over. I mean, first of all, a woman hits her sexual prime at 35. There's a reason that women live longer, Mark. Let me tell you. It is because we are stronger and we are happier at the end of the day than most men. And that is factual and you know it.
When men are married to women who scream like you, they just want to die sooner.
Yeah, that music is definitely getting me copyrighted 100% of the time and guaranteed. Fuck.
What the...
Oh no! Oh no! She drilled into the water pipes! No! No, she didn't. She threw it into the water pipes. And oh god, even the electrical stuff is right below that. Oh god.
What did you do? Ashley, what the f did you do? Do you know what? Call dad. Call dad. What did you do to my eye?
I swear, one thing I will never understand is the thought process of a man. Like, why leave this out? How hard is it to just pick up your toothbrush, put it in the drawer, and close the drawer? Like, what is so hard about that? I swear, it's something I will never understand.
That's really not that deep. It really isn't that deep. Is it? Like, it's not that deep. In my opinion. It's not that deep.
This is my petition to bring back manly men.
Oh, manly men are in demand again, are they? Let me guess. Someone must have needed something.
Just tell me why I was at the airport yesterday and I asked two grown men to help me put fucking suitcase up in the overhead bin.
Yep, called it. Because the only time that some of those strong, independent women seem to want manly men around is when they find out they can't do something all by themselves.
They both said no. One of them was like, if you can't put it up yourself, go check it at the gate.
I feel that's a perfectly valid response. After all, if a woman can't handle her own baggage, why should she try to hand it off to a man to deal with?
I was like, jaw dropped, because what's your issue?
There's no issue. They've probably just been listening to what a lot of women out there have been saying, that they don't need or want men for anything.
If I could, I would, but I just can't. I'm 5 feet tall. I literally weigh 90 pounds, and you think I can barely reach up there. What's your issue? Hello? I don't... What?
Maybe, just maybe, a person should have taken a little more responsibility for their own actions, not taken on more than they're physically capable of handling themselves, and then expect others, specifically men, to do the work for them.
I have a sneaking suspicion.
I mean, yeah, true. True. You can't try to do more than you're capable of, and then get other people to help you, right? That just makes sense, right? That just makes sense. Odd.
She asked them with attitude, rather than asking politely. Based off how she's talking in that video, she was probably struggling to put the bags up, then looked over at the nearest man and made a passive-aggressive comment about them, not helping her, instead of asking for help politely.
If companies can pay women less, why don't they hire all women?
Well, that's a whole nother story.
Really?
I understand your argument, and I understand that you're angry.
I'm not angry.
I can hear it in your voice.
She's the angry one. Why not ask the flight attendant to help her lift it? Yeah, that's another thing, right? Because these people weren't there. I'm assuming that you know, that's what they're getting also paid for. At least that's an assumption, you know, that's my assumption at least. And yeah, she's the one that's angry. She's the one that's angry. Because it's true, yeah. The reasons for the pay gap, which it isn't that big anyways, right, to begin with, if you actually like clean it up and remove all the stuff, right, that's making it unequal. It's like there's like 2% in many places, right? Some places also just exactly 0. But the problem is that men and women work differently. Yes, women take more days off. Yep, that counts in that. Women also get pregnant. That takes that into consideration. A lot of them forget that. Shocker, I know. But most of them run with the unclean pay gap anyways. So arguing that it's just a waste of time.
I'm not angry. Your voice.
I'm hearing my voice and I sound pretty calm.
You have now shifted the quality of your voice, and I thank you for that.
Okay.
And you've just given me a condescending look, and that's another reason why we need feminism. And now I'm done, and thank you so much.
Alienation is your father's an asshole. Negative gatekeeping is, hello, here, it's your father. I just said your father's an asshole. I didn't have to say it out loud. And what's great is when the child's attorney or the judge speaks to the kid and says, does mommy ever say anything bad about dad? The kid's telling the truth when they say, no, she didn't say anything about dad. But she said, because here's the difference. What's the difference? Ready? Hey, did you have fun with Dad? Oh, that's great. Where'd you guys go? Oh, you went to the park? Oh, that's nice. That's good. It was fun? Oh, good. Did you have dinner? Oh, what did you have? Pizza? Oh, good. I know you like pizza. All right, well, go upstairs, brush your teeth. I'm so glad you're home. I missed you so much when you were away this weekend. Oh, my gosh. Are you okay? Yeah, you okay? Yeah, you had a good time? You were with Dad? What you got? You went to the park today? It's so cold today. Oh, my gosh. Did you have pizza? That's all you had for dinner was pizza? Oh, my gosh. Why didn't they give you any vegetables? Well, you know what? It's okay. You know what? I'm going to make your favorite soup. Go head upstairs, and when you come back down, I'm going to make you your favorite soup, and we're going to hang out, and we can watch TV together, okay? What did I just do? What did I just do? I just alienated that kid from Dad. I just said, are you okay? That means Dad's dangerous. Why would I not be okay? I was with my dad. Like, this is what the face of alienation is now, is this negative gatekeeping model. It's this very clever, insidious way of, like, I could have been helpful, but I've been so much more. Wow. You found this way to sort of pull the person out from that. And you
Wait, that one doesn't have interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I guess. The thing is, like, social behavior is contagious, right? So I could see that in a way. I could see that in a way where, like, if you treat somebody worse, that you know, your child might see them worse as well. In a way, I guess, I don't know. There's no sound for this. Either it was removed or whatever, so I guess I don't get the context anymore. Oh, women's translator.
This morning my wife left a note on the fridge. She said, "This is not working. Goodbye." I opened the fridge. Worked just fine.
Such dumb. That's so fucking stupid. That is so dumb. That joke is so dumb. That is so stupid. I get it. It's so dumb, dude.
My favorite kind of cheese is the one you keep around for emergencies. You know, just in case, though.
Just in case. Stop.
So, madam, why do you feel you deserve custody of this child?
Well, I brought him into this world, so I should get custody of him.
That's a simple but fair enough reason. And you, sir, why do you feel you deserve custody of this child?
Well, if I put money into a Pepsi machine and a Pepsi comes out, is it mine or the machine's?
If you enjoyed this video...
Valid argument? Valid argument! Well, that was interesting. That was interesting. Yeah. People's attitudes are very interesting. But yeah, valid argument. I guess the Pepsi's mine, not the machines. Not bad. Valid argument. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, I'm gonna take another quick bathroom break. And then, either we'll do the Frogan video or something else. We'll look at that. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's see what I still have to get through that I really want to watch, and then just everything else is random. So I can't remove this one because I don't need it anymore. So now we'll get into this one. Yeah, let's watch the video on Frogan. Why not? Oh, it still does happen. Happens again. Let's look at the Frogan video. Alright, let's do that. Let's do that.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ruff here. So this
Chill. Because I want to I want to be updated on that. And everything else can just be chill. Right? So yeah, let's have a look at this real quick. Also, can I check if any more videos have come in? No, none have come in. Okay, that's more than fine in this case. Let's see it. Brogan finds out after ignoring Ethan Klein's frivolous lawsuit, and it will cost her everything. Apparently also, this could be life crippling. We'll have to look at this, right? How this turns out. This is a rough video. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, we'll go in. Apparently she just ignored it. And so he just won by default. Because she ignored it? That's all I know. Well, we'll go in.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ruff here. So in this video, we'll be going over the very big and hilarious updates regarding the Ethan Klein copyright infringement lawsuits. As I'm sure most of you are aware, about a year ago, Ethan Klein filed 3 copyright infringement lawsuits against Caseytron, Denim's TV, and Frogan. And today we have some very big updates regarding Frogan. Ladies and gentlemen, the Froganator is absolutely cooked. She is now facing a
Yep, the Froganator is cooked. I don't know how this could happen, but to really just bring it down realistically, the harsh reality is that she just ignored it apparently. With a default, it's like he just won it basically because she didn't react. Not only that, apparently she's kind of using the money that she got, right? Because she did put up a GoFundMe. What was it, 30K? For something else. And apparently Wild Hearts has donated something and is now complaining and wrote he wrote an open letter to her. So interesting.
A default judgment from the court, which could result in hundreds of thousands of dollars of damages. And this is truly going to affect her for quite some time. For someone who's been very recently e-begging for rent money, she's going to be accumulating generational debt from this. She'll be having her wages garnished for decades at the
right. This isn't like Caseytron where right. This isn't like Caseytron where Caseytron just settled, right? She apologized and settled, right? I wonder if this could have worked for Frogan as well if she just apologized and settled, but apparently that's not the case. That's so interesting. I don't know how this happened, but that's so interesting. Isn't it also still going on for Denims? I wouldn't. Well, that's 2 out of 3, right? Or 2 out of 4. Wait, Hassan didn't get hit, so that should be 2 out of 3, right? Down. Now only Denims is standing tall, still for now, but we'll have to see how that turns out.
Rate she is going, and it's completely and utterly self-created. Not only through her actions with a copyright infringement, but also, as we now know, her complete disinterest in responding to this lawsuit. This is the most, new age response to a serious situation I've ever seen, right? Just burying your head in the sand and hoping it will all go away. Well, guess what? It didn't, and now she is facing
legit like a child. Is that just me? But it's legit like a child. It's actually like, let's just hope it goes away. That's actually kind of like a kiddo. Well, not just kind of, that is definitely like a child. Let's just hope it goes away. Well, spoiler alert, as shocking as that is, it didn't. It didn't. It didn't go away. And now you are where you are. Kind of cooked.
Major life-changing consequences. And of course, all this was done fighting a proxy battle for Hassan Piker, who never publicly or privately contributed to any of her legal defense fund or even seemed to give her any encouragement, despite publicly telling Ethan Klein to drop the lawsuits because they were so frivolous and that he would have no chance at winning. Well, he's now 2 for 3, and it is absolutely satisfying to see. Now, of course, we know one of the lawsuits was already settled, and that was with Caseytron, the human bong hit, who also reacted to the content nuke on Hassan Piker, and she would settle with Ethan Klein back in December of last year. And ironically enough, in her pre-recorded video titled Public Apology 1, she would not only admit to the copyright infringement, but would also state that Hassan Piker did absolutely nothing publicly or even behind the scenes to support her. But to this day, she still fervently defends the guy. I mean, that is just a complete lack of self-respect. But let's move on to Frogan. Okay, a lot of people considered Frogan to be the mysterious link in all this because people really didn't know what she was up to. She was very quiet about all of this. Well, it turns out there's not much to really get out of her activity because there was none. She has basically allowed this to play out to the point where a default judgment has been requested to the...
That's so odd. Oh my god. Hi, Somax. How was the movie? Hi. Hope you're doing well so far. Yeah, it's just interesting, right? There's no way she gets out of this, by the way. She's cooked, right? She just lost the lawsuit, which is so interesting that she just straight up lost that thing, right? She lost it. And that's very interesting. I'm surprised that she did. I'm indeed surprised that she did. Wow.
Courts, and you can see her initial announcement in June of last year promoting her related GoFundMe has been officially hit with a note saying Frogan has lost the lawsuit by default, meaning the money raised in the GoFundMe was not used for her legal defense. Now, this is the actual statement saying, it appearing from the records in the above entitled action that summons have been served upon defendants named below, and it further appearing from the affidavit of counsel for plaintiff and other evidence as required by Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 55A, that each of the below defendants, Frogan, have failed to plead otherwise, defend in said action, as directed in said summons, and as provided in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Now, therefore, on request of counsel, the default of each of the following named defendants is hereby entered. Essentially meaning Frogan is cooked. The only sort of autonomy she has at this point is at the whim of the court. She is going to basically only try to...
Yep, Frogan is essentially cooked. She's not getting out of this. And actually, I'm quite happy. You know what? I'm actually quite happy that it turned out this way. The movie, I liked it. It was good. Nice. That's good to hear. That's awesome. That's very good. It's that simple. She's not getting out of here. And deservedly so. Get fucked. So Chalk said Poker's queso. Nope. GD said you're a queso. That's what he said. That's all. All there's to it.
To minimize the damages that are coming, and as we'll see, could amount in the hundreds of thousands. Now, you can see some of the reactions on social media to this update saying, kind of crazy how this basically ruined her career, if there was much to ruin. Can't say I've heard anything from her since this whole thing started. Good work, Ethan. And I've seen so many people say, I don't like Ethan Klein, but in this situation and the related lawsuits, I'm rooting for Ethan Klein. He is by far the lesser of two evils, and the people who are subject to the law.
Yep, he is. I don't particularly like him either, but hey, he is less bad. So at this point, let him win. Let him win. It's that simple. Let him win. I don't care. Take her out. Then there's only one to go. Denims. Unless I missed something in because right, the lawsuit should also be going against Denims. So there's that, and I wonder how that's gonna turn out, right? Just get Denims as well.
Lawsuits are insufferable, and now they are completely finding out. And you can see the actual copium at play here. Frogan is trying to act like nothing is happening, nothing is to worry about. She actually responded on stream. She was doing a no face cam stream, and I would play the clips, but it's filled with copyrighted music. But basically, what she's doing is saying, it's no big deal, that's life. Is it? Do people normally find themselves in situations where they're going to be...
See, so I wonder, right? I wonder if she... See, maybe... Nah, it would be... Is she that smart where she would put basically copyright music on it in it so people on YouTube can cover it? Because I very much wonder that. Right? I'm curious.
Paying up hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially and ruining their life for a very long time. No, that's not just life. That is the consequences of egregious and ridiculous actions. Now, of course, you can see people pointing out some very, relevant statements here saying, default judgment means she didn't even show up or respond. Raised $50,000 on GoFundMe for legal defense, then just ghosted the case. That's the part worth talking about, and it certainly is. So we have our GoFundMe here, which people like myself have been saying since day one is the Ethan Klein pool of money. This is all going to Ethan Klein, one way or another, or she's going to try to basically snake her way out of this and use it for personal expenses, as we'll see. But $38,000 were raised.
So you're telling me she stole $38K from people, almost $39K from people, right? Is that what you're telling me? And she's using for anything but her own lawsuit. Can't people just sue her for that now that I think about it? Can't people just do that? Because I'm like curious, can't people sue her for this? Right? Can people just sue her for that? Because if they can, I think just like, hey, if somebody wants to do it, go ahead.
For her legal defense fund, which literally amounted to nothing. She did nothing with the money to help her legal defense fund. And you can see the absolute sheep who are giving money over to this. People giving as much as $10,000 to...
$10,000. 10,000. 10,000. 10 fucking thousand. Giving that to her. 10,000. Wow. 10 fucking thousand is crazy. 10,000. Why would you, Scott? Why would you do this? You couldn't even do it anonymously. Bro just like had his name there.
Basically support this pocket of money for her to spend on personal things because it clearly didn't go to her legal defense fund. And you can see some quotes here saying, "You leftist regards gave a fat woman thousands of dollars so she could not show up to court." Absolutely ridiculous. You know, Hassan in his orbit loved to use the phrase cattle to say how brainwashed and just completely out of touch people are. This is sheep behavior right here. Imagine giving money to these related GoFundMes. I cannot imagine being so naive and so stuck in an echo chamber you thought this was going to work out. Remember, everyone who was saying that Ethan Klein was going to crush them in the lawsuits was called delusional by the Hassan orbit. But there's really only one thing Frogan can really use to defend herself when it comes to the GoFundMe, and that, of course, is the vague language that she left at the bottom of her related campaign saying, This fundraiser is to cover any and all legal fees associated with this complaint, any counterclaims I may have against him, that doesn't matter anymore, and any other bills and personal expenses from lost wages and damages arising from this litigation. Now, this is something that was pointed out by Legal Mindset, who of course is an attorney, saying unless Frogan can show some receipts, she may have violated GoFundMe's terms of service, specifically 8.2, which prohibits misleading or inaccurate fundraisers. GoFundMe took down Kyle Rittenhouse's LDF and others, so it's only fair they apply the same scrutiny to Ferogi. And he would have further comments and talk about what this actually...
He calls a Ferogi. Yeah, I think this is just the rational conclusion, right? This is just the logical reality, right? She wanted this, and now it's happening, right? This is just the logical conclusion. It is. That is the reality. She is getting, literally, what she asked for. Right? She's literally getting what she asked for. That is what she asked for. She ignored it, and that's the punishment. But yes, interesting. Yeah, that is true. Misleading and inaccurate fundraisers. So yeah, I wonder if some people could sue her for that. And if they do, it's going to be glorious. But I don't think so, right? Because the people that the people that donated her will ignore that. Just like they ignore everything else bad she does.
Means and what Frogan might do to basically save herself from this immountable level of consequences she has created for herself.
And if you look at the actual liability, it's going to be large. It's going to be over $200K.
Judgment. Frogan clearly used her legal funds for personal expenses over the past year. Frogan is facing a massive six-figure default judgment, likely $200K. Her plan is likely personal bankruptcy after the judgment. Frogan ate it all. Poke, your stream got marked for kids. Nope, it wouldn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to chat, you dummy.
Likely the statutory damages alone are up to $150K, and that doesn't include any of Frogan's profits or any of Ethan's lost revenue. So if they're able to cobble together 50 or 100K of lost profits or Frogan's revenue, something like that, as well as attorney's fees, because Ethan can tack his attorney's fees onto this, that certainly is going to be expensive, because we all know that Ethan has the best lawyers on this that are very expensive. That's certainly going to get over $200K. So we're looking at a six-figure amount. That's going to be a lot for Frogan, for someone who is constantly begging for money and saying she's broke. So what do I think her strategy is? I think it's to declare personal bankruptcy. I think her strategy all along has been to deplete these funds. So even if Ethan Klein wins, she can say, hey, that fund is empty. I already drained that fund. So you can't get anything from that. And I am personally broke. She will declare bankruptcy after the judgment. So, hey, you're not going to get anything from me. So I think that's her strategy. Now, that doesn't always work out. In some cases, there can still be liability attached. Now, that's going to be up for Ethan Klein to figure out that and fight that battle. But I think that's going to be her strategy in all of this. But without a doubt, we can...
Wow, that is so interesting. I truly wonder how that will turn out. I truly wonder how that will turn out. Because it is kind of crazy, isn't it? Right? It is kind of insane. So I really wonder how that will turn out.
Say that Frogan ate it all.
Yeah, like he said, she is at the whim of the court. She's at the whim of Ethan Klein. It's not a matter of whether or not she's going to escape the lawsuit. It's a matter of, is she going to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars, or is she going to declare personal bankruptcy and try to avoid as much as possible? Ethan has top-notch lawyers. He's paying a lot for them, so those legal fees are going to be pretty astronomical, especially for Frogan, someone who e-begs for rent money. But yeah, don't act like just because she declares personal bankruptcy, she's getting away with anything. That would ruin her life as well, okay? And again, completely self-created. And it all is because, well, she didn't put in the effort. She didn't even try. She didn't even have a lawyer just send in a response. Like, the cheapest, easiest thing, a one-page something. No, she did literally nothing. Now, going back to the Ethan Klein lawsuits, we're 2 for 3. 2 out of 3 have fallen. Of course, that leaves Denims. Denims, of course, is very loud.
The final Denims, chat. The final Denims. That is the last one Ethan Klein is to get. The final Denims. This will be the last one to get. And then finally, all of them are down. All of them.
On social media, and her copyright infringement lawsuit and legal defense fund on GoFundMe has...
It's a little higher. It's almost 60K.
58,000. It's been stuck there for quite some time. Again, this is basically funding Ethan Klein most likely, and she is the last one out of the three. But Ethan Klein's not done. He actually filed another lawsuit against the content creator Noah Sampson, who is a very
Wait, so it's 2 out of 4 now. I wonder if he can get this one out as well.
deranged individual. As you can see, he has received a lawsuit from Ethan Klein, and he has promoted a related GoFundMe, calling Ethan Klein a Zionist millionaire podcaster. This could only work in the Hassan orbit to raise money. And a lot of this clearly stems from this video in particular, saying the genocide supporting YouTubers responded with a cameo of Ethan Klein right smack dab in the middle of this video, making some very outrageous claims about him. And you can see the GoFundMe. He's already raised over $55,000 in just over a day. I guess he has more of the juice from the Hassan orbiters, but again, this is going to serve to line Ethan Klein's pockets. This one's going to be very fun to watch as well. Thank you, Noah Sampson, for the free content. Everyone is really appreciating this. And you can see some of the responses saying, the funny thing is, Hassan Piker, multi-millionaire champagne socialist, can't help Noah here, because if he did, then everyone would correctly call him out for not financially helping any of the 3 women Ethan Klein sued, even though Hassan heavily implied that he would help. Well, just like Hassan said, if he was helping these people, you wouldn't even know about it, because 99% of the...
Indeed, right? Indeed. It is just over now. It is just over now, and I can't wait for it to happen. Hopefully it gets him too.
The things he's doing, especially when it comes to generosity, you'll never know about it. Well, we know he didn't help out either of the 3 women, and here with Noah Sampson, the only thing he's done is retweet a relevant post that, ironically enough, is glazing Hassan. I wonder why he did that, but we'll keep our eyes on this, and I'll let you know further updates. But for now, this is hilarious and satisfying news regarding the Frogan end of the copyright infringement lawsuits. But that's going to do it for this video. If you guys enjoyed, consider giving this video a like, consider subscribing for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams a week here on YouTube.
Yep, that is that. Okay, so that's the situation right now, is it? That's the situation right now. Right? That's the situation. So, we have 2 of them down, 2 of them to go. And I obviously really hope that all of these are going to be got. Because I want them to be got. And that's all there is to it. 2 out of 4. Poke do the 1 if you can. I'll do the 1 if I can. We're gonna look at OnlyFans girls again, I guess. I guess we could do that. Guys, I really just had that soup in the morning. And now I'm hungry. So I'll order a pizza that I will eat today and tomorrow. That's the plan. That is the plan. I ordered a party pizza. Just standard salami. So I didn't take too many calories, and that's that. Anyways, I guess we could look at that. Again. Error. Let's look at some OF girlies.
OnlyFans.
Never seen this guy. That's a new one. That's a new one. Or 1-2. Yeah, we can do that. I haven't done my favorite girls again. So it's here in 40 minutes. Will probably take much longer than 40 minutes to finish this video. So I have to probably take a break in between. Yep. So there's that. Pizza. Anyways, we'll go in. When making an... how do you call this? I can't say the word because it might get a bit of a problem, you know? The website ruins your life. The website, you know the one. By Wavy Web Surf. Never heard of this one, so we'll look at that. We'll look at that. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is that the only pizza you eat? Nope. I got some extra stuff on there. I put spinach on it and mozzarella. And what else did I put on? Let me think. Egg. Anyways, we'll go in now. We'll go in. Let's see it. Let's see it. Oh, we start with my favorite. Bonnie.
OnlyFans is out of control.
Contaminating items with urine at grocery stores.
Well, that escalated pretty quickly. That escalated. Well, that's unfortunate. That took a while.
Online sex workers are doing whatever it takes to get paid these days, and we're...
Let's not call it work. Let's call it what it is. It is prostitution, and let's call it that. It is that, so let's call it that.
starting to see some of it is crossing the line legally in serious ways.
An OnlyFans fetish encounter ends with a murder charge.
From hunting barely legal men in foreign countries to selling videos of yourself urinating on fresh produce and, of course, killing a man in a saran.
The shit's just getting worse and worse. It's just getting worse and worse. It just keeps getting worse. I'm eating steak with garlic sauce and tabasco at the moment. Not bad. Pretty good, pretty good. That's just diabolical. It just gets worse.
Rap kink session gone wrong. These are the many crimes and controversies of OnlyFans creators. Bonnie Blue gets arrested after looking for barely legal men in Indonesia.
And you can't tell me that's creepy. That's creepy. I'm gonna say this the way it is. That's creepy. Because honestly, if you could go younger, you would. That's just creepy. Just outright. I'm not gonna, right? I'm gonna say it. That's just outright creepy. That's just outright creepy. I know this already that she did that, but it's just outright creepy.
Bonnie Blue, man, you look into the eyes of this woman and there's just something demonic going on here.
Yeah, she has the 1,000 cock stare. Wait, is she why does she look pregnant in here? Hi, Fran. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
These two boys are about to take me to Paris. Yes, I'm pregnant, but hopefully I can give my baby a twin.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna skip this one. I might skip this one. Huh?
Bonnie is, without much exaggeration, the real-life version of a...
See? Here, the question isn't who's the father. Here, the question is who isn't.
Succubus. She seemingly made it her mission to seduce and bang as many men possible during her time here on planet Earth. She was a bizarre yet dismissible oddity at first, but over time her stunts have gotten downright disturbing and difficult to ignore for a variety of reasons.
I am going to do a world record of 1,000 men in 24 hours. This is what my face looks like after taking 1,000 men less than 12 hours ago.
What's the craziest thing you've done sexually?
She has the 1,000 cocks there, and I'm gonna say it the way it is. She does have it. Wow, that's miserable. That's actually quite miserable. It just is. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we even putting these fuckers on TV?
Slept with a father and son at the same time.
Well, oh.
Guys, it's just...
Can we black hole? Bro, nothing escapes her. Nothing. She even ruins women. So there's that. Can we classify this as incest by any chance?
Incest? What's the big deal? Let a woman have her kinks. You guys already know she's a degenerate sex freak, but what about her getting locked up in jail? How did that happen? In the summer of 2025, Bonnie Blue got banned.
Well, I guess the inmates are gonna have fun. The female ones, I guess. Whatever.
And from OnlyFans after announcing plans to get fucked inside of a glass box by 2,000 men in public. They banned her and then she moves to Fansly, subsequently announced.
Have I heard that correctly? I haven't heard that correctly, have I?
Banned from OnlyFans after announcing plans to get fucked inside of a glass box by 2,000 men in public. They
2,000! This woman is woman is putting up the numbers. She is giving us the numbers, the heart numbers, and heart they are indeed.
Banned her and then she moves to Fansly, subsequently announcing a new stunt. She was gonna go on a world sex tour making content, one that eventually finds her on the island of Bali in Southeast.
The zoo thingy, yeah, but I didn't know it was 2,000 men. I know it was 2,000 dudes. Apparently making corn is illegal in Indonesia anyways.
East Asia. And for those of you who don't know, Bali is a province and subject of Indonesia. Indonesia being a country with extreme obscenity laws. You can face years of prison time if you're caught with porn, not to mention making it. Let's just say Bonnie Blue took Indonesia's dogmatic porn laws as a personal challenge. On arrival to Bali, Bonnie announced she was looking for barely legal schoolies to bang. And for those of you who don't know, schoolies are Australian teenagers who just graduated high school and are celebrating by going on vacation.
Hey boys, those that are going to schoolies and to those that are barely legal, cannot wait to meet you. And I'm in Bali, so you know exactly what that means.
In early December of 2025, Bonnie was seen in the Kuta and Legian area of Bali, riding around the resort island in a blue truck with giant text.
Sticking it in would just disintegrate you. And yes, I mean that as graphic as you can imagine. Sticking it in would just disintegrate you. Not even holy water could clean you. This is a demon. This woman is a demon. 100%. Good lord. Good fucking lord.
On it that spelled out bang bus. She was picking up barely legal men and they were just gonna, test out the new flavors of bang energy. Nah, she was actually just gonna have sex with them and film it, allegedly. Balinese investigators naturally suspected she was making some of her signature forbidden content in their country illegally. So they started following her movements, which led them to a full-blown content studio. On December 4th, 2025, police raided Bonnie's compound near the island's capital city of Denpasar. There they also found the bang bus and also seized a treasure trove of gooning paraphernalia, implicating the self-described OnlyFans slut in the crime. They found camera equipment, laptops, phones, hard drives, flash drives, contraceptives, lubricant, and 2 sheets of Viagra pills. I'm sure they were just filming a chemical.
If you want to go for barely legal dudes, why do you need Viagra? Ew, bro. Is this even a woman? Can we even classify this as a woman? Like, can we even consider this a woman? Should we even give her human rights? Does this even classify as human?
Reaction for a school science project.
Whoa! Check it out! It looks like the volcano erupted.
Upon uncovering Bonnie's secret laboratory, Blue, along with 3 other men, 2 British guys and 2 Australians, would be detained. 16 other supposed witnesses, ranging from ages 19 to 40, were probed and questioned as well. They were probably just helping with the science project, Each witness denied any pornographic activity had occurred, claiming that they were taking part in a, quote, entertainment-themed reality show.
Reality it was indeed, and probably also a show. No, she is a new form of STD. It's just like chlamydia mega evolved, and this is what came out. Guys, I tell you over and over, don't nut into the sink. This is what comes out in the ocean. This is what it is. This is what happens. Boys, I told you not to do this.
And that the scenes were, quote, playful and humorous, unquote. You can say that all right. According to Bonnie, the detectives had a little bit of fun while detaining her, allegedly using her phone to go through her contacts and brag to people, calling them saying that they had caught Bonnie Blue.
Videoing and then also FaceTiming their friends as well, just to say, oh my God, it's Bonnie Blue, putting the camera in my face.
Bonnie, despite being, infamous for being the chick that got dogged out by 1,000 dudes in one night, claimed that the jail that she was in was unsanitary.
Toilets without toilet paper.
Oh no! The toilets, this place was unsanitary. Oh no! What do you think? What do you think? It looked like when you got the 1,000 dudes. Do you think that wasn't unsanitary? You weirdo!
Hygiene was not a thing.
After around 30 hours of detainment, Bonnie was finally released, though her Balinese hell only continued, as authorities had seized her passport, phone, and liquid cash pending investigation. She was essentially stranded and without passport. You could say that leaving the country for her would be barely legal.
Thanks, I hate it. But yeah, technically, he isn't wrong. He isn't wrong. It is barely legal. I'm assuming that she got paid money from somehow else. I'm assuming she got money somewhere else. Let's not deny that. Wouldn't that just mean she probably hoard herself out more? Technically.
A truly bizarre video would be shared to the internet around this time, showing Bonnie speaking to local press surrounded by officers. She's licking a lollipop suggestively the entire time and looks like she's about to suck the soul out of everyone in the room with a succubus siphon ability.
I can face any amount of men.
Okay, so you're ready to face the traffic allegation of traffic?
There's nothing I can't face, also.
Fuck. Indeed. At least she got interesting humor. What the fuck? I didn't see that coming. I can't face anything. Wow.
Initially, Bonnie was reportedly facing up to 12 years in an Indonesian prison along with a $360,000 fine for producing pornography. However, after further investigation of the evidence by police, they couldn't find any elements of supposed pornography or any unlawful distribution. So if any porno recording happened, they didn't find any of it when they reviewed her drives. The only things the Balinese really had on Bonnie and her staff at this point were 4 of them allegedly misusing their stay permits. Like a visa issue. In light of this, the judge over Bonnie's case chose to drop all charges related to pornography due to insufficient evidence. Bonnie, however, was found guilty for a minor traffic.
I am unfortunately very disappointed. And Pug, do you like the video so far? Pretty nice, pretty nice. The 1,000 cock stare is back again.
Offense, and was ordered to pay a fine of 200,000 rupiahs, which is about $12 USD. Afterwards, her confiscated gooning equipment, school science project, was returned to Bonnie and...
Why even make her pay anything at all? She literally just paid $12. What are you on about? That fine should have been astronomically more high.
Well, she was deported, banned from visiting the country for a decade. For those of you holding on to any hope that Bonnie didn't actually record a school science experiment, I'm sorry to share with you this interview statement that she later gave to The Hollywood Reporter. The interviewer asked this: "Was the reason they didn't find evidence because you hadn't started filming?" And Bonnie replies with, quote, I had finished filming that video, but there's a thing called the delete button, and it's quite handy when you need it to be.
So, she took back shots for nothing. In other words, she took back shots for nothing.
Unquote. I rest my case. After her deportation and return to London, Bonnie was quick to remind everyone how much of a quirked up psycho she truly is, posting this insane and sexually provocative video, bragging about how she's gonna get dick down outside of the Bali embassy in London.
Apparently, I disrespected the Bali culture, but that is nothing compared to the disrespect these boys are about to show me.
In response to Bonnie threatening to nut on their flag, the Indonesian Foreign Ministry issued this statement, quote, "The red and white flag is a symbol of sovereignty, honor, and national identity that must be respected by everyone." Indonesian authorities would file a complaint to London police once the footage went viral, and on March 16, 2026, due to the publicity stunt, London authorities would charge Bonnie with outraging public decency. The charge came via postal requisition, and she is to appear.
And let me guess, how much did she pay? $12? Again?
Here at the Westminster Magistrates Court on April 22nd of 2026. She faces up to 6 months in prison if convicted. You are summoned to the
I am probably... Yeah, she totally didn't give them a happy end. Get it, Poke? I'm aware, bro. So, let me reconsider this, okay? Let me reconsider this. Does that mean she's probably not in jail? Otherwise, we would have heard of this, because, right, this is in the past. So, she's probably not in jail. I am sad about this. I am depressed about this. She should be in jail. Would have been funny.
Magistrates Court on multiple counts of felony gooning. How do you plead? In response to this charge, Bonnie Blue would tell a magazine, quote, "I'm feeling fine. I'm going to reveal and answer all of the questions regarding me being charged in my latest gangbang video. It will be a very explicit video. Anyone that's intrigued about my charges can have their questions answered while I'm doing what I do best." Yes, journalists, I'm afraid if you want updates on this case, you're gonna have to be balls deep inside of her as you perform the interview.
What the fuck? What on earth? What on earth do you mean? Fucking. Yeah, fucking indeed. That's just insane. That's just insane. I'm sorry, but that's just insane.
Better invest in a pack of Trojans and some antibiotics if you want the scoop on this one. Now, OnlyFans models are just one of many potentially troublesome entities online. One that's far worse is a hacker with your personal data. Right now, your full name, email, phone number, home address, and date of birth are likely floating around on the internet, and you have data brokers to thank for this. Today's sponsor, Incogni, can help identify this personal information and get it removed from the web for good.
Incogni. Anyways.
You see, these brokers, they play fast and loose with your personal data, collecting it in the background while you browse the internet over time, and they sell it to advertisers. And because these brokers only care about profit and not security, them having your personal info—
Lord have mercy, I hate hoes. Help! Why is there so many of these?
puts you at huge risk for data breaches and identity theft. Incogni does what would be virtually impossible for you to do on your own, tracking down the data brokers that have your information online and submitting information removal requests on your behalf. Doing this by yourself would take days, and honestly, I don't think you'd have much success. When signing up for Incogni, I was shocked to find out how many brokers had been peddling my data. Incogni indicated 245 instances of my personally identifying information on the web, and they sent requests to take down each occurrence. Within a few days, they got my data off the internet for good, and many of the brokers were compelled to put me on a suppression list, meaning they won't be able to collect my data in the future. Guys, I'm telling you, you'll be shocked when you find out just how much of your personal information is out there. It's time to bust the data broker. Take back your—
Buddy, every company in that grandma sells your data. It's not the even the government sells your data. Trust me, Incogni doesn't save you. It doesn't.
personal data with Incogni. Use code WavyWebSurf at checkout to get 60% off an annual plan. And that's at incogni.com/WavyWebSurf. OnlyFans bop duo gets thrown off plane for disgusting activity. Meet internet sex workers, 34-year-old Sonia Blanchard and 31-year-old Jordan.
I've never heard of these, but you can tell you know already what they are. From the looks of it, you know what they are. Never heard of these. That's going to be pretty interesting. I've never heard of these chicks.
Lantry, better known by their industry names Sonia Mallory and Lacey Jane, respectively. Seemingly filled with more Botox than a Bogdanov twin, these two salacious social media starlets recently found themselves behind bars.
Oh, plastics. They are made of plastics. They are just made of plastics. That's pretty interesting.
After an alcohol-inspired stunt went wrong at an airport. On January 9th, 2026, these two were in the process of boarding a return flight from Miami, Florida. Reportedly, they were there celebrating Sonia's birthday, but despite the vacation being over, it appears the party was continuing all the way to the airline gate for them. Allegedly, both women had been drinking, and while boarding their flight were acting belligerent, recording and publishing to the internet videos of them twerking, attempting handstands, and riding luggage while in line for the flight. After twerking and releasing her
at least it's just luggage and not people. You know, it could indeed be worse. Okay, enjoy. I got to go. Take care, GT. Bye-bye. I mean, it gets uploaded anyways.
Foul seafood odor into the claustrophobic boarding tunnel.
Am I handicapped? Is that a rhetorical question? Because to me, it very much seems you are.
The bimbos then entered the plane, and their bucking of any decency or courteous behavior continues. Upon entering the plane, Sonia and Jordan plop down in first-class seats that they were reportedly not assigned to. When confronted about this, the sex-working seat switchers got testy with airline staff, admitting they were drunk and reportedly refused to move.
You have your boarding passes? That's crazy. No, we don't. Obviously, we're drunk and you guys don't want to deal with us. We don't have a boarding pass. The that we pull. Look at us. Look at us. No. What? Where's this one? Look at us.
I find it pretty hilarious that these women have the audacity.
I feel disgusted just looking at it, like having to look at them. I don't know how that works, but it is the thing apparently.
To respond with, "That's crazy," when asked to show a boarding pass. When one of them is wearing a bright red sweatshirt that literally says psycho on it in fucking 100-point font, who's the crazy person here? Anyways, these two Botox-brained buffoons would linger on the plane for a bit longer until police finally stepped in, entering the plane and detaining them. In this recording, we hear Sonia complaining, and Jordan does what typically solves all of her problems. She opens up her legs.
I'm getting kicked out because I didn't sit in the right fucking seat.
Get up.
Oh my god.
Despite the...
What is wrong with these chicks? Genuinely, what is wrong with these chicks? These are such weirdos. Well, I guess the police had a lot of fun, because eventually I had to let them go.
Woman spreading her legs multiple times, the two were still arrested. Both sex entrepreneurs would be charged with misdemeanor trespassing on property after warning, and were taken to the Turner Guilford Knight Correctional Center in Miami for booking. According to court...
It's all plastics, chat. It's all plastic. These women are all plastic. 90% plastic.
Records, the women posted their $500 bails on January 13th and then later boarded another American Airlines flight. Around this time, Lantry wrote on social media, quote, "At American Air forgave us because we're hot and know how to do the splits." Unsurprisingly, these ingrates have attempted to use the viral clips from the incident and their own...
Ingrates is indeed a term I might use. That's pretty accurate. Ingrates is pretty accurate, because that's what they are. That's so gross, dude. It just is. Why are we even doing this?
mugshots to profit and funnel gooners into their paid pages. They've openly shared their mugshots online with captions like, "Guess what we did," and "Went on vacation and ended up on probation." A merch line has even been released. And fine, whatever, make your bag, but for the guys out there subscribing to this stuff, buddy, it's time to really think about where your life is at this moment.
It is indeed a moment of buddy. You absolute degen. Like, you could spend your money on so much better stuff. But you decide to spend it on this. You decide to spend your money on... right, something you just get for free. And that's just the truth.
It's not too late to fix things. You're better than this, man. As far as I know, Sonia has pled not guilty. Jordan Lantry, it's the same story. And a fact which I'm sure both of these women find hilarious is that their next hearing date is on 4/20. She busted it down in a middle school classroom. What this woman did, it was...
That's just insane. That's just insane. That's just crazy. That's just insane, dude. What is that? Guys, I'll be right back. I really gotta look for my pizza, it seems. I really gotta leave and look for my pizza. Because I'm getting pizza. And the app doesn't really show me anything. So yeah, I'll be right back and grab that, and then we can continue this video. I'll be right back. I don't know how long it takes. But the guy might be dumb. I'll be right back. All right. I may have underestimated how big that pizza is. So, well, that's fun. Spoil me, I want 2 more videos. You get 1 more. You get 1 more. That's all I can offer. 1 more. But I underestimate how big it is. Anyways, back to this. Yeah, this isn't fun. Okay, let's see it. What she actually did in front of a class in a school. Wrong tab. That's not, of course, fun. Wrong tab. Shut up, bro.
Wasn't considered illegal.
Better. That's much better.
But it was gross as hell, to say the least. Back in 2022, Samantha Peer worked as an 8th grade science teacher at Thunderbolt Middle School in Lake Havasu, Arizona. If you take a look at this girl, honestly, you wouldn't expect much out of the ordinary here. But behind the scenes, she was secretly engaging in some shocking behavior at Thunderbolt Middle. In early summer of 2022, under the pseudonym Chloe Carter, Samantha made her debut to OnlyFans, reportedly posting quirked up content to earn some supplementary income. Some of you are like, come on, Wavy, teachers don't get paid shit, let the girl cook. Just wait. So Chloe had a husband, his name was Dylan Peer.
Well, had. Understandable that she had. Understandable. She had a husband. She has no more husband. That much is clear. She doesn't have a husband anymore. That much is obvious.
He participated in this OnlyFans content with Samantha. He was also a teacher, an elementary school one at that. Okay, kind of weird for 2 children's teachers to make OnlyFans content together,
What is it with these weirdos doing this? In front of children, no less. Or like with, like, right? Because like she did it in front of class apparently, so something's got to be off.
Sus, but maybe not a complete deal breaker? Well, the catch is that she allegedly made OnlyFans content at the fucking middle school with the husband. According to reports, on OnlyFans, Samantha heavily leaned into the female teacher kink. In one OnlyFans promotional post, she reportedly shared her staff photo from the school's yearbook and added the caption, "Who wants to be my next teacher's pet?" Which is really fucking disgusting. Like, what are we getting into here? And as I mentioned previously, Samantha allegedly used her classroom to film OnlyFans content, the exact nature of which has been described by reports as being extremely explicit pictures and videos. So now we move to her getting
What? Explicit pictures? OF? Who would have guessed?
Exposed for exposing herself online. Now, how exactly the cat got out of the bag is murky, but apparently other teachers were the first to find out about Samantha's degenerate side hustle, and whisperings of her OnlyFans spread around. Sadly, some of the middle school students would later discover the teacher's OnlyFans content as well, which is quite a grotesque situation and is exactly why you should.
Yeah, imagine, like, right, you have like a teacher, she's really nice, and then you know she's a whore, and like she takes back shots. That's not fun. That's really not all that fun.
Shouldn't do OnlyFans if you're an educator of children, by the way. Seems like a pretty serious conflict of interest if you ask my opinion. Action would come when on October 24th, 2022, a member of the local community spoke up and complained to the school board about Samantha's behavior. As a result, the OnlyFans educator would be placed on paid administrative leave and probation. However, when these punishments were issued, Samantha opted simply to resign, doing so on October 31st, 2022. The husband would also no longer be employed as a teacher as a result of these discoveries. This story stayed on the down.
But it said she had a husband. He said she had a husband, so did he divorce? Well, he can't really divorce after this one, huh? Seeing her take them and then be in her class would be quite something. Doesn't sound too fun. You could always you could also just like straight up bully her and tease her about it, which is like very interesting, right? As a student. That's the fun part.
Down low for about a week, but it eventually started to get out of the local community. There was much misinformation initially, with some believing Samantha had filmed the OnlyFans content during school hours, but that wasn't the case. Like, it's still bad what she did, but thankfully it wasn't that bad. On November 7th, Thunderbolt Middle published this regarding the continued spread of the recently unemployed Samantha's material. Quote, "It has come to our attention that students have been airdropping explicit material. The images did not happen during the..."
They're just airdropping pictures of coochie back and forth. No fucking way. How could you do, as a teacher, no less, as a teacher, how could you do this as a teacher, mind you?
School day, and the person depicted no longer works for LHUSD. Please remove all images from your child's phone and talk with them about the appropriate use of technology. Days later, a publication called the Arizona Family Article managed to interview a couple of parents who spoke on how Samantha's reckless venture had affected their kids, with one parent seemingly making reference to a desk that was used in the...
Bruh, that's just weird. Guys, I have to get up. There's a wasp in here. Hold up. Wasp eliminated. Threat eliminated. Threat eliminated. Threat eliminated. We can back to it. Threat has been eliminated. Ugh. Terrifying. How the fuck did you even get in? Ugh. Herr Lehrer, würden Sie jemals in Erwägung ziehen? Perversling.
Content, and pointing out how that desk was used by a child that she knew, which sat in the desk on a regular school day, which is really disturbing to think about. Quote, "That was my friend's daughter."
Imagine your teacher took back shots on your desk. Now a question if that ever happened when I was in school. And if that was you.
Daughter's desk, said one mother, and she is mortified over the situation. Like, that's my desk. She has no care knowing students have seen her everything and on students' desks. Another parent says, quote, "I am absolutely outraged. Our kids shouldn't have been exposed to this. If it was just an OnlyFans account, I wouldn't be as upset because that would 100% be on the kid's parents. But this was public and an easy Google search to find everything." The story completely exploded, and Samantha really did look like, well, to put it lightly, a disgusting freak. I mean, I used to work in a hospital, and never in my right mind would I ever think to record some kind of sex act in a
Imagine you get brought into a hospital, and later you find out that a dude and a chick did their OnlyFans stuff in the bed you were laying. Yeah, I wouldn't be too excited either.
National public setting like that. Not to mention one where kids are going to be attending class the next morning. It's just totally unhinged. Samantha knew that she looked like a piece of shit, and of course would chime in with her own side of the story.
Hello, my name is Samantha Peer, or some of you might know me by my alias, Chloe Carter. I was an employee at Thunderbolt for 5 years.
The woman would later publish a YouTube video, essentially whining about being broke, and makes attempts to shift blame to other educators at the school, alleging that the teachers were the cause of kids eventually discovering the content, claiming that they never would have found her stuff without the adults meddling into her extracurricular affairs.
It wasn't until...
Oh no, I am broke, and oh no! Ruin my... Yeah, no shit. Fafo? Fafo is accurate here. Fafo fits perfectly. You effed around in the most literal sense possible, and you found out in a not so literal sense. Also very little.
Sunday, November 6th, when I had not been a teacher for the school district for 6 days, that my social media used for advertising became viral. November 6th was the first day that previous students and community members began following my alias account. Other school teachers were notified of the site and they began to spread it amongst themselves. Those teachers also were telling students my anonymous name and showing them my page. This was also sent to the parents, and they decided to do the same thing as well. They were sharing my anonymous name and content page with their children and allowing them to comment and follow on my accounts, although they are specifically labeled as not safe for work.
Samantha also highlights that the leaking of her content and the humiliation associated with that ruined her life for the time, causing her to be harassed.
Parents are still allowing their students to follow, contact, harass, and intimidate me. These parents are posting my personal address online and threatening to show my underage children revenge porn. Community members are now going to public places, such as my gym, and threatening to cancel their membership because their children also go there. The gym owner chose to terminate my membership, although I had been a member for 4 years, because other juvenile members were harassing me by taking my picture and videotaping me while I was trying to work out. Looking back at the situation, I wholly regret creating the video in the classroom after school hours. But I felt trapped in my financial situation, and I felt this was the only way that my family would be able to survive.
You what? All the excuse making and woe is meing and trying to rationalize the creation of the sex content within a school building at all is insane. You were leaning into the pervy teacher kink and leveraged your role as an
You risked it, and those were the consequences. You risked it, and those were the consequences. Oh no! Shock.
educator in this weird fetishized way on OnlyFans, using a facility meant for educating children as a venue for recording adult content. It's both morally and ethically reprehensible, and in my opinion, you deserved what happened to you. You got off easy here. Samantha would not only lose her job in teaching, but her side hustle as well. On November 13th, 2022, her OnlyFans account was deactivated, and she was reportedly blocked from making additional ones. Writing on social media, quote, "So it seems OnlyFans deactivated both accounts and is blocking me from making accounts." OnlyFans would respond, citing their terms of service, stating that extreme or criminal sexual activity is forbidden on the platform and that Samantha broke those guidelines by filming a video in a classroom. Quote, "Content creators can face penalties if public nudity is recorded in a country where it is illegal and if it is in an area where the public is, quote, reasonably likely to see activities being performed," unquote. Basically, Samantha ended up losing.
So basically, she just committed a crime. In other words, she committed a crime. That's what it was. She committed a crime, and that's what she got out of this. It's literally that. It's literally that. She committed a crime.
Both of her jobs. Though that wouldn't stop her from pursuing her sex work aspirations, as she subsequently opened up Fansly and Fanview accounts. Yeah, that's right. This weird lady hasn't seemed to learn much. I mean, this woman just seems so immature. Take a look at this post. It's just really freaky stuff. In February of 2023, Samantha would take to Twitter to vent about her frustrations against an individual who she claims supposedly exposed her back at the school, writing, quote, "In November, a family friend decided to expose my identity to the national news. This morning, I realized her husband..."
That's unhinged as fuck. She's just like there to say like cheat. Is she like planning to cheat? Okay, that's crazy work right there.
And I work out at the same time in the morning. Karma is coming for you, fucking cunt. Exposed your identity? Like, what's the bigger issue here? I feel like you making OnlyFans content at a school is far worse. Like, you're no victim. Many in the reply speculated that she planned on seducing the woman's husband, though Samantha shut down the idea, writing, quote, "I just don't understand how karma equates to me fucking another man. I've literally been having great sex with the same man for a decade, and for all y'all that are ruining my surprise, my revenge was to buy her shitty food truck when she goes out of business soon, don't worry, and host a shooting party in the desert with it."
Yeah, I kinda don't. Yeah, I don't believe that. By the way, I got 52 likes. What the fuck, Twitter? What are you doing? She should have known it could happen, and when she made... Yeah, that's like the thing. People found out. Wow, a shock. Truly shocking. They found out.
Jesus Christ. Glad to see we've learned something here and matured after reckoning with a potentially life-ruining decision. Pooping on floors and peeing on produce for OnlyFans money.
Now we get into the juicy stuff. Now we're getting to the juicy stuff.
You need to make a quick buck on OnlyFans, why not appeal to the fetishes of online weirdos? 23-year-old Kelly Tedford of Keene, New Hampshire was once a shopper at Keene's local grocery, Monadnock Food Co. However, she was doing more than just browsing the veggies and produce, she was discharging on them. You see, Kelly had a bizarre side hustle on OnlyFans. Going by the name Kinky Kelly, the woman secretly documented herself urinating on food products within the store and in other retail locations around town. Placing this content...
It just gets worse and worse, continuously, mind you. It just gets worse and worse. Continuously.
And behind a paywall. Freak gooners would subscribe to watch this sick kink content, and she made decent money in this way, charging people $15 a month to have unlimited access to her urination updates. Guys, why are we watching this stuff? Who hurt you? Kelly felt empowered and cute when she peed on fruits and vegetables. Her OnlyFans bio read,
What the fuck? She isn't even that good looking. Nasty? That is more than just nasty. That's downright criminal. It just is. That's just downright criminal. It's just downright a crime. Fetish kink friendly. Extremes to... What do you mean by this? Wow.
Quote, submissive pixie, fetish kink friendly. Extremes too. Teehee. Yo, what? Why did I just do that? Hell nah. It's
little zesty out here. Makes sense though. Wow. Let's see, right? We have 12 minutes more to go of this video. It can't get much worse, right? It can't. It cannot get much worse.
Said that Kelly would take personal requests from subscribers. Maybe they wanted to see her pee on a gourd or stick a cucumber up her ass. Who knows? Whatever the case, she'd do it, I've been told. Kelly's yellow-tinted exploits ranged beyond just the grocery store. She also is allegedly
fish? Urinating of food items that aren't even yours, by the way. Sounds very cute. Cute and funny. Adorable. Fish. Beta fish? What does that...
pissed in a Petco fish enclosure. So there's that to get...
Never mind! Live animals too! Live animals. Animals, boys and girls. Animals. Cute. Adorable. What an adorable woman. What a nice woman.
Disgusted and upset about as well. And look at the username of her account where she confessed to the peeing thing on the fish. Just Pee Princess. DMs open. Love that. Kelly allegedly engaged in this behavior for not months but multiple years, making it her full-time job. But we wouldn't be
making a full-time job pissing in an aquarium, essentially. Is that
here if she didn't get caught. Back on February 10th, 2025, Kelly decided to record another video of her contaminating grocery surfaces and food with urine. But for reasons that I'm unsure of, it seems one of her gooner simps were unsatisfied with the quality of the content or something, because somebody reported it to the local authorities in Keene. The police claim they received an anonymous report that Kelly had, quote,
yeah, thankfully. Thankfully. Maybe it was also just leaks. Somebody always buys it, and then, wait a minute, that's fucked up. They got the golden shower they didn't deserve. They got the golden shower they didn't ask for, indeed.
Posted disturbing videos to an internet site. In their investigation, they found out who Kelly was, and they correlated the store that she had peed at. Monadnock Food Co-op was notified that their shelves and items may have been drenched in her bodily fluid.
Fresh and organic. They come with fresh liquid too. It appears. What the fuck?
On February 21st, 2025, Kelly was arrested and charged with felony criminal mischief. In the wake of her arrest, Monadnock Food Co. issued a recall of several organic foods they had sold, which reportedly had piss on them. Quinoa, cornmeal, polenta, coconut shreds, and raw walnuts purchased between the dates of February 10th and the 15th of that year were at risk. That's when the urine was unleashed. While thankfully no customers ended up consuming tampered goods, Kelly's alleged activity cost the store $1,500 in lost produce after they had to dispose of the, allegedly urine-soaked stuff. I want to make something clear here. Some initial reports claim that Kelly worked at the grocery store. That's not true. She just went there to make content, apparently. So what would become of the OnlyFans pisser after the arrest? Kelly...
Jail, hopefully, at least for a few months. That's gotta be few months, because she's doing it again, trust me. The moment she sets foot onto the street, or supermarket in this case, particularly probably the fruit section, she's gonna do it again. She's gonna try it again.
Tedford was later released on a personal recognizance bail. By the time she had gotten out of jail, the story was blowing up online, and some would speak up claiming they were actually aware of her exploits before the arrest. You couldn't have said anything about this before, bruh? A Redditor would write, "Oh god, this woman? So I'm from New Hampshire and this is an incredibly strange crossover, but I can shed some light. Bad news is this is real. That right there is Kelly Tedford. Good news is she was already arrested and charged the other day, not for this, but for contaminating co-op produce with her piss. She does this for OnlyFans money at various locations on various objects. And she's been doing it for a long time, but finally got caught. Does not surprise me that she'd do this, but it's definitely disturbing since I used to be a CAL in the area. Would be fucking livid to learn she'd come into my store and done this to my fish. People also found Kelly's old TikTok accounts and rated it. In the comments, you can see they've dubbed her the grocery pisser.
The grocery. Well, yeah. 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 Indeed. Indeed.
Unfortunately, as this investigation carried on, it turns out that she was defiling more than just groceries. In April of 2025, authorities allegedly uncovered video evidence of Kelly at a Marriott hotel in Keene from a stay back in January of that year. And while there, she allegedly filmed herself urinating on the hotel curtains, a Bible, a comforter, the air conditioner, and other items in the room. There's also allegations that she recorded herself defecating on the floor and placed the feces in the toilet's tank. Yo, like, why is she doing a handicapped assist upper decker? What the fuck? The discovery of said acts resulted in 5 new counts of criminal mischief being added. When it came time to
5. That sounds pretty reasonable if you ask me. That's pretty reasonable if you ask me. 5 is pretty reasonable. Probably more. It should be more. I think jail time for a few months should be it.
To litigate this in court, Kelly's public defender made the argument that Kelly was just kinda fucked up in the head, but wasn't malicious, describing her as a, quote, vulnerable, traumatized young woman and not a malicious and dangerous person who is out to cause chaos and intending to harm people. I would describe urinating on produce, filming it, shitting on the floor, filming it for profit, no less, as pretty chaotic.
Girl didn't care about anything. Girl didn't care about anything. Yeah, not malicious, my ass. She knew exactly what she was doing because she was selling it online. What are you on about? What?
But I'll just shut up, I guess. As like many of these somewhat petty court cases do, Kelly's would end in a plea agreement. Kinky Kelly Tedford would have her felony charges reduced to misdemeanors in exchange for a guilty plea to all 6 of them. And with that, she was sentenced to 360 days in jail, with 180 of those suspended for 3
Good. Jail time, a little bit at least. I think that's good.
years, along with 2 years of probation upon her release. Oh, and Kelly was ordered to pay $11,000 in restitution to the Monadnock Co-op and the Marriott hotel that she affected. As a part of the sentencing agreement, Kelly faces additional jail time if she's caught participating in any of her old body fluid exploits. Guys, hide your produce in the meantime. You don't want to get Kelly excited. We need to help this girl stay out of jail. The OnlyFans saran wrap fetish death. Yeah.
What? Okay, now it's getting outrageous. This is getting outrageous. This is getting outrageous. It just keeps getting worse. Okay. This is getting out of control. This is indeed getting out of control.
Save this one for last. In 2023, 29-year-old Michaela Relarsdam was working as a sex worker and OnlyFans content creator, going by the name Ashley Sincal on OnlyFans. Though she wasn't totally reliant on OnlyFans, Michaela also had her own adult entertainment company, formed in part with her husband. That venture was Sincal Entertainment, a company billed as the #1 adult party entertainment service in California. So think like male or female strippers that you can hire to private events and stuff like that. Oh, and another lane that Michaela dabbled in was escort services, and that's where the trouble begins. In March of 2023, a 56-year-old man named Michael Dale found an online listing for Michaela's escort services. What happens next isn't an immediate meetup, but is actually calls and texts exchanged between the two, wherein the guy is like simping and seemingly begging for her to do freaky shit to him. This goes on for about a month, with Michael making hardcore requests, specifically asking for BDSM sexual activity done to him, allegedly telling her that he wanted to be wrapped up like
Wait, she's going to murk him. She's going to murk him. Isn't it? She's going to murk him. That's the only logical conclusion I can come to. She's going to murk him. Oh well.
A mummy. Specifically stating that he wanted to be wrapped in saran wrap and that he wanted a pair of women's boots gorilla glued to his feet. And well, it appears.
Okay, bro, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with some of you dudes? I gotta say this. What is wrong with some of you dudes? Why is always the old ones getting that freaky, by the way? Kleines Entlein, ich engagiere dich für eine Show. You don't have to pay for it, though. Wow.
Michaela would take up Michael's request. In April of 2023, Michael invited Michaela to his home in Escondido, California, offering her more than $11,000 to do the aforementioned activities. Even if somebody was going to pay me right, I would be extremely skeptical to go over to some stranger's house and wrap them up like a mummy. Like, you know, what if something bad happened, like a death? And I'm sure maybe Michaela thought that. Michaela's husband, a man named Brandon, encouraged his wife to participate in this activity. So like, she was like, well, if everybody's on board, I'm just gonna go do it. According to police affidavits, on April 17th, 2023, Michaela arrived at the man's residence at around 6 p.m., reportedly noting that he seemed intoxicated. Despite this, the two went ahead with their pre-described plan. A truly bizarre BDSM suffocation ritual would take.
What the fuck is wrong with the freaky? That doesn't even come close to what this is. This is not just freaky. This is downright just diabolical. Why on earth would you do that to yourself? Why on earth would you subject yourself to this? Like, why? Why would you do this?
Take place. According to a police affidavit, quote, Michael had duct tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, more saran wrap around that, and then duct tape wrapped around his face and head, securing all the layers to his head. He also appeared to have saran wrapped around his neck tightly. Seemingly under the impression that this is what he wanted, Michaela allegedly filmed much of the requests made by Michael during their interactions, and she had planned to later upload this footage to OnlyFans. While David was wrapped up, she was recording content near him, even performing a sex act on herself with a vibrator in one of the video clips. She was also sending texts and videos to her husband while it was going on.
Kayla's sitting there topless, masturbating with a vibrator, lip syncing to the music, the pants down to Mr. Dale laying at her feet, motionless, still wrapped up the same exact way.
I have no words. I can't even say anything. That's just straight up diabolical. Even the dude, right, the bald dude is like, god damn, bro.
She might have been resting her foot on it, shows her face briefly, it pans down and shows Mr. Dale briefly laying motionless on the floor, and the majority of it is zoomed in on her crotch as she uses the vibrator.
I think at this point, it's fair to say, whether intentional or not, what we have here is the creation of a snuff film, and it ended in deadly fashion. At approximately 10:10 p.m., after 4 hours had passed, Michaela observed that Mr. Dale was in distress and unresponsive. Dale's roommates were notified. Yes, he had roommates at home at the time of this happening, by the way. The roommate instructed the OnlyFans creator to call 911, and Michaela then performed CPR on the unresponsive man.
I went into Michael Dale's room, and he was laying on the floor, not breathing, and that's when I was like, we need to call 911.
Police arrived.
Degenerates. Degenerates. Absolute degeneracy.
Arrived at the scene to find Michael unconscious and Michaela performing CPR. According to a police affidavit, she denied placing anything over Mr. Dale's head and told the cops that this was the first time that she had ever engaged in any type of
4 hours, 4 hours. 4 hours.
fetish behavior. Michael Dale would be rushed to the local hospital where he was then declared brain dead, and a few days later he was taken off life support and died. The San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office ruled the cause of death to be asphyxia, classifying it as a homicide. However, Michaela wasn't immediately arrested. Initially, the case read to investigators as like a man's BDSM kink request going wrong, almost as if he had asked for this. And while that is, I guess, somewhat true, evidence discovered later seemingly shows Michaela may have taken things a step further than Michael intended. At the time of the incident, Michaela surrendered her phone to police, and over time in their investigation, authorities found a series of troubling videos on Michaela's cell phone, many of which showed Michael Dale visually displaying signs of having trouble breathing, with his hands bound and fingers covered in duct tape, as well as his legs plastic wrapped, making it impossible to remove, any of this material if you really did need to breathe and it was going too far. Some of the videos they found were taken literally minutes before the OnlyFans content creator had dialed 911. Authorities later concluded that there was no evidence that he ever requested Michaela to place a bag over his head and secure it. They came to the conclusion that she took it to a level he didn't want. Almost 2 years later, on February 19, 2025, Michaela was arrested and charged with second-degree murder, and she was taken to jail in San Diego County, held without bail. She pled not guilty, and a preliminary hearing was held on September 3, 2025. Prosecutors argued that the facts surrounding the case point to a second-degree murder charge, and Michaela's defense is, saying this was a tragic accident, a sex act gone too far, and they also emphasized that she tried to help the guy. Whatever the case.
Well, it isn't particularly surprising now, is it? Right? Yeah, that is horrible. That is horrible. See, you can, in fact, see where degeneracy leads us. Right? You can indeed see that.
Michaela is facing some potentially serious prison time if convicted. It'll be interesting to see how this one shakes out, given how uncharted this territory feels. And well, guys, you made it to the end of the video. Let me know what you thought about it down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate.
Well, that's the end of the video, and I see man-made horror is now beyond my comprehension. Yeah, OnlyFans needs to go. And Fansly too, mind you. Just all of them. All the paid services. Because if they're not paid, there's no incentive to get, to go this route. There's all there is to it. Wow, that was miserable. That was horrible. Anyways. So, I think, guys, I'm going to end here? Yeah, I'm going to end here, I think. Duck, can we? You know the one. Which one? Depending on how long it is. Which one do you want to do? Can we? Which one? Because I do want to eat my pizza as well. Right? Now that I have it. And it's like a party pizza, so I gotta half. Right? Otherwise, I'm not eating all of this. So which one was it? Oh, never mind. Which one was it? The long one. If it's the long one, right? If it is the neck cracking or something, if it's above 20 minutes, I can't do it anyways. Right? If it is above 20 minutes, I can't do it anyways. That's too long. But yeah, in this case, I'm gonna end here. You can go and eat. I'm really married to you. I'm asking of you if I can eat. If we're cooked. Anyways, in this case, I'm ending here, right? Right? In this case, I'm ending here. Crocker will probably be mad at me because I did only two videos. But I also don't need that many anymore, right? Because we're only doing 2 dailies, so it's like fine. So yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Have a good day or night. Don't goon or gump. And yeah, take care, guys. Bye-bye.